Well, for those of you here in the paddock today and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to Newcastle, Indiana, home of the final stop of the 2022 United States Pro Kart Series. Qualifying just getting underway for Timmy Tech K100 Jr. and a number of thrills and spills already as we've seen a few drivers go off the racetrack here at the end of the front straightaway. My name's Xander Clements, joining me alongside in the booth here for his first time on the Kart Chaser broadcast, but no stranger to the U.S. Pro Kart Series is Randy Kugler. Randy, beautiful Saturday morning.
Heartland Grand Prix here at Newcastle for the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Xander, it's great to be here with you today. I'm really excited about being part of Kart Chaser. What you guys do is really cool. You're bringing karting to a new level, and what better way for me to experience the Kart Chaser way of broadcasting and delivering the karting experience and to be here for the USPKS final. We got our first round of qualifying up. K8 Junior is on track right now. And just glad to be here, Xander, and I can't wait to get started.
Well, we got a few good camera angles here to cycle on through this weekend for those of you just beginning to tune in. That right there was our overhead shot from the Speedway Suites down at turn number 1. A great look down the long front straightaway. You'll see the drivers are spaced out as they're given gaps of a couple of seconds to begin qualifying. It's a short 3-lap session for everybody, split in a number of groups. 2 groups here for the K100 Junior Division. I believe it. No, make that 3 at least here. We got 15 drivers so far, maybe 16 or 17 in this first group, but I don't think we have all 25. There's 50 in total, Randy. A massive turnout for Timmy Tech K100 Jr. as it's been all season. They've had to fight through LCQs at a handful of events, but this weekend all 50 will transfer through to start the main, and all 50 will start the pre-final. It'll be a big-time grid to begin, and we've got the back half of final practice, the bottom third of the group on the circuit right now. Jake James in the 869 is your quickest, and I might be mistaken. It looks like there is only 2 groups for the division. We've got 24 drivers, 23 that have turned a lap, 24 to 25 out on the circuit. Oliver Piatek quickest here, and they will shuffle around him as Camden Remains and more begin to hit their peak on lap number 2.
I think we've got 2 groups in KA Junior. We actually have 4 groups in KA Seniors. We have around 60 entries in that class. So we got some huge classes here. But one thing about the Newcastle circuit, Xander, is it accommodates a lot of racers at one time. They do get strung out, which is good. You can start more drivers, and they start them off with a long pond straight, which kind of normally thins things out when they get through the first couple of corners. So we're looking at some big fields today and tomorrow here at Newcastle.
Definitely. It's going to be entertaining racing to say the least. The only class that gets split for the pre-finals at least is KA Senior. It's still going to have 30 apiece. So every pre-final here, every main event will have at minimum of about 25 go-karts to 30 go-karts on the racetrack coming to the green with a lot of heavy hitters in each division. Jake James right now still your quickest after they all cycled on through. He's one of the last few drivers in this one after some issues, I imagine, on happy hour. With the 3rd lap coming in, the final lap coming in, they will shuffle a bit at the top. Shea Aldrich goes a little bit quicker to a 109.78. Jake James is 109.70 or 109.88, drops him down to 4th. Emma Kate Scarborough goes a little quicker. So does new Speed Concepts Racing driver Colin Aitken. Charlie Steins will improve on his final lap in the 884, and we'll wait for the rest of the field to come on through. Here's Cash Perkins, I believe, leading a pairing, heading down to turns 1 and 2. That's with Emma Kate Scarborough and one more. James across the line will not be able to cycle back to the top of the leaderboard. His 3rd lap only good enough for 3rd in the group. So Charlie Steins ends your quickest here in group number 1 out of the 25 or 23 that have turned a lap so far. Initially, I believe we were set, like you said, 2 groups, 25 apiece with 50 on the entry list. We'll see if we end up with 24 or 25 out on the circuit for group number 2, but at least a good start for Charlie Steins and a decent spread, relatively close here, about half a second for the top 10, 4.5 tenths back to Michael Levitt in the 837 in 10th position.
Charlie Steins turning out a flyer there on his 3rd lap, a 109.587 for the 884 at Charlie Steins. Through the top 5, Emma Scarborough 2nd, Jake James 3rd, Shea Aldrich 4th, Colin Aiken 5th, and through the top 10, Ayrton Grimm, Olivier Piatek, Indy Anderson, Cash Perkins, and rounding out the top 10 in Group 1 for qualifying, the 837 of Michael Levitt. That's your top 10 qualifiers. A good group out there, Xander, but we still got that second group out. So if I understand correctly now, this would be the quicker of the two groups?
Absolutely, yes. So this will be the fastest 25 from Friday practice. You're watching one of the drivers right now on your screen, Caleb Gaffera, who is in championship contention this weekend. He's got a little bit of work to be done. We covered on the USPKS page, had a couple good graphics that came out, and you can check the point standings as they run coming into this weekend on the U.S. Pro Kart Series website at uspks.com. And in KA100 Junior, not the closest fight. That goes to the KA100 Senior class, but it's also not fully locked up by any means. Max Garcia leads both of the junior championships coming into this weekend, but Caleb Gaffera's had a lot of speed. He's just also had about an equal amount of bad luck as well, so it puts him roughly inside the top 5 of the championship standings coming into this weekend. I think he's got a closer shot at X30 Junior, but I'll pull up those numbers here in a moment as we begin to get things started, beginning lap number 1 just now.
Caleb G, as he's referred to, has a secret weapon. His grandma's here, and his grandpa. His biggest fans, they are the core of his fan base. I talked to him yesterday. They're really excited about this weekend, about his chances. Just a great karting family. Caleb's dad, Chuck, was a great WK racer back in the day, raced some NASCAR, and now Caleb's kind of carrying on that tradition in the Gaffara family. So he's certainly going to contend this weekend, but as you said, he's got his work cut out for him.
Well, they're just starting their first lap, so we'll see where everyone can cycle on in. It's important to make sure that you get a decent opening circuit here. Fernando Luque, I believe, trails him. Here's a look further back. This is the Alonso kart with Stephen Miller trailing one of the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed OTKs headed through the green corner. And again, everyone will be putting in just an opening lap this time, so how many drivers can they jump up from the supposed slow group on their opening lap around the racetrack? Gaffera being the fastest one at the end of the day yesterday made him the first one out on the circuit here today. He's got Fernando Luque towing off him just a little bit. Let's see it across the line. First lap for Caleb G in the RPG Cosmic. Where does he drop into? Across the line, he will go to 22nd. Then it's Ernesto Rivera into 25th. Stephen Miller into 23rd. So no big jumps across to that first group. So that first group's times may hold decently well, at least with the way things look right now here, Randy. The best guy, 22nd overall in the opening lap.
And tires are still a little cold. And let's talk a little bit about the fact you mentioned that Caleb's the first one out. He's got a driver in tow. That's not necessarily the best place Caleb wants to be, is it?
No, not at all here. Fernando Luque is in the hot seat. He's able to kind of trail Gaffera. Caleb's doing all the heavy lifting right now, and Fernando started that lap. He's the quickest overall of this group so far. He's about 2 car lengths back from Gaffera as they exit the scoreboard and head up the hill towards the I-70 hairpin. So Caleb Gaffera, again, doing a good job at least hitting his marks, but position-wise, not in a great spot. And the unfortunate part for him, he did not back off on the second lap, which might have been a good strategy move that you'll see some of the veteran drivers do. He decided he was going to be best off punching his own hole in the air, which he will, and that'll put him up to the top, goes to second. Ernesto Rivera goes to the point. Luque actually lost a little bit of time to Gaffera that time, so he ends up down in fourth. That's just really, to me, Randy, it shows a sign of confidence that Caleb Gaffera felt that good about his own independent speed. He didn't need to back off and find someone to tow off of by himself into the top 5 as they shuffle again. Luke Powers, Max Garcia, Elio Meza jump to the top of the board.
That's impressive. He did that on his own without any drafting help. But Max Taylor now, a 109.058, goes to the top of the leaderboard. Christian Cameron second. Luke Powers, Max Garcia, and Elio Meza is your top 5. And Gaffara all the way down to 7th. So that the competitiveness of this class, Gaffara came by second, and about 30 seconds later, he's 7th. So there's just a lot of speed in this class, and I think you're going to see a lot of close wheel-to-wheel racing as we've seen all season, I'm sure. But Max Taylor at the top of the leaderboard with a 109.058. That's the time to beat as the checker flag waves.
Fernando Luque pushing Caleb Gaffera across the line. They'll jump back to the top for the final lap. Oliver Weldon can do no better than 4th. Eli Warren to 3rd, and you'll see a handful of tandems coming across the loop. Here's a group with Max Garcia in it. Garcia 10th, nothing better on the 3rd lap. He'll get bumped further outside the top 10 as Elio Meza jumps back up to P6. Luke Powers, good final lap to the top of the boards over Luke Kay. We'll wait and see if anyone else can knock him off, but this will be a very impressive showing for the Newcastle local here in Luke Powers, who has started to really make some strides and make some waves on the national scene here in 2022. Fernando Luque, Christian Cameron, Gaffera, Eli Warren, Powers, his teammate, rounds the top 5, so great outing for them, and that'll do it. Luke Powers, pole position here in Timmy Tech K A100 Junior. Randy, why don't you take us through the rest of the top 10?
Fernando Luque qualifies second. Then it's Christian Cameron third. Caleb Gaffara winds up fourth. Eli Warren fifth. Through the top 10, Oliver Weldon will start sixth in heat number 1. Elio Meza will start seventh. Max Taylor eighth. Ernesto Rivera ninth. And Stephen Miller 10th. Half a second separation between the top 10. Only 0.2 of a second between those top 3. Actually, 0.3 between the top 5. So when you look at a mile circuit, 0.3 is not that much. It could be just a bobble here or there. But a good run by Luke Powers. Lap number 3, the final lap, they got faster every lap. It seems like the tires got hotter and hotter. They got better grip, and the drivers got quicker each lap. Fast laps turn on lap number 3.
In talking with a few of the drivers this weekend, go in this direction. We haven't run this layout in a couple of years. The belief across the board, anywhere from 4 to 5 of a second for a really good tow to no draft at all in the 100cc categories, maybe 3 to 3.5 of a second in the X30 Junior, X30 Senior classes. And in this class that has just been released onto the circuit, Micro Swift, it could be really, really big. Now, for the Micro Swift class, I don't know if we've split them into B and A. I believe we have. Indeed. So just getting word from Race Control here. Micro Swift split into B and A. They were on the cusp of it at 26. So it means only 13 drivers on the racetrack. We're watching the bottom 13 from final practice yesterday, but that's not a knock on them at all because there will probably be some fast drivers that were just on the outside edge of the top 15 that miss the cut line and have to go to the slow group here for this weekend. It could very easily jump to the pole position.
As you mentioned earlier, Xander, when the carts are released from the grid, they do spread them out, and the reason they spread them out is for what you just said. Drafting on this circuit is so critical, and these guys will bunch up once they get on the track. They at least try to start off spread out, but they bunch up, they use that tow, and when we get into the racing, it is just amazing. The drafting on the Long Pond Straight, the drafting on the backstretch, heading to I-70, the passing under braking. This circuit, to me, just delivers so much great racing in so many different ways, from a draft to an under braking to just somebody diving into a corner and then a crossover move. A lot of exciting opportunities for passing and racing here at Newcastle.
It definitely does have a good amount of it here this weekend. Going this direction, the flow seems to be a little bit higher speed than running backwards, which is what we ran just a month and a half ago at the SCUSA Summer Nationals, what we ran last year at the U.S. Pro Kart Series event here. We used the Monza section, just coned off there to the right side of your screen for that driver, headed up the hill to I-70. Which slowed the drivers down a little bit because going the reverse direction, it makes that scoreboard hairpin a very tricky corner and one of the longer braking zones that I've seen at the national circuit of tracks that we regulate here with all the major touring series events. First laps coming in for the Micro Swift division presented by Team Ferris Racing. Luke Giglio, Kai Mars, Chris Utzi. I mean, Giglio and Mars, two drivers out of Georgia that have been on the box here at a number of major events this year. Aston Wyatt and the barrel art for the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy camp out of Houston, Texas. Quickest now, Asher Ferris jumps up. Craig Heyman aboard the TKG Kart Republic in the 34. And we'll wait to see the rest of the group come on through. Lincoln Davis in the 59 machine for Nitro Kart out of Wisconsin will go to the top at a 1:16.404 on the preliminary lap. Still very early, lots of time, lots of shuffling still to come, I'm sure.
These drivers still remain a little spread out. We got a couple places there where they bunched up a little bit and trying to take advantage of the draft, but these kids, I think, are out there just trying to cut the fastest lap they can as they get heat in their tires and try to get a better spot in the starting position. As Xander said, this is the slower of the two groups, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to wind up in the bottom half. In happy hour, they could have had a bad run. They may not have had the setup quite the way they wanted, and then they make some adjustments and could be a lot quicker when it comes to qualifying. So we see a lot of times people in that slower group winding up in the top 10 in qualifying because they made some changes and hit the setup for qualifying.
Yeah, you definitely could see that. So we'll We'll see if, as well, of course, I mean, you're trying to hit almost just a bullseye when it comes to tire pressure in qualifying. With a race, you have a range. If you come in maybe a lap or two too early, it's not nearly as critical because the session is longer. With these 3-lap qualifying sessions, you're wanting to peak exactly on lap number 3 as late as you can. At the same time, you don't want it to not peak at all, and you definitely don't want to peak on lap number 2 because you won't have as much heat as you would by the 3rd lap here. So, for most of the drivers, it's just getting all that you can from the mechanic side. It's a guessing game. How high do you go on your tire pressures? Do you pump them up for such a short session as this qualifying session is? At least you're doing 3 laps at Newcastle Motorsports Park. It's realistically doing 4 to 5 at some of the other circuits we visit. Lap times at a minute 15 here for the micros, so plenty of time to warm up, especially with the way that the grid layout is. You get roughly an entire lap to warm your tires up, warm yourself up, warm your engine up before you take the green for lap number 1. As lap 3 is completed here, Luke Giglio across the line. Here's Kai Mars leading, I believe, AJ Stoner. No, Christopher Utzi in the 32 AMAX Racing Tony Kart. Utzi goes to 5th. Mars to 3rd. Aston Wyatt aboard the Barrel Art goes back to the top at a 1:14.90. And we'll wait to see the rest of the field cycle through as the checkered flag waves for the first of 2 groups in Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift. Majeski on top so far here, Randy, but we've got more to come.
Jacob Majeski in the 777 card, a 1:14.805 is your quickest so far. You know, we talk about track conditions. We're going to see probably a 20 to 25 degree change in temperature from morning warm-ups to finals this afternoon. And although I think the conditions overall will be the same today and tomorrow, looks like we're going to have great weather, mid 80s. The way the tires respond, the way the chassis responds, the way the driver fatigue is when the day gets warmer, all that changes conditions, and the teams that can make those adjustments to better fit how the conditions are during the final are the ones that are probably going to have the most success.
Yeah, I mean, this track is going to progress pretty majorly. I mean, we're with the way the tire has been that we've taken to the national circuit from MG the last couple of years. It's not laying down a ton of rubber, but it is laying down a good bit. We're talking 250 plus entries running for multiple days straight. 2 full days of practice yesterday and Thursday, and a handful of drivers were here at the warm-up test weekend the weekend before. So track's gotten a lot of rubber laid down. What that rubber is like when it's cool like this, it's got a lot of grip. When that rubber slowly heats up as the day goes on, especially on some of the grip patches around the racetrack, as we see the second group for micros released, you'll see a few patches in the corners that look a little bit darker on the center. That's the Rhino patch material that they've used to patch cracks over the years. That catches a lot of rubber. Inherently, it's very grippy, but it also, as it gets heat, starts to lose grip, starts to get a little more slippery and greasy, is a term the drivers like to use to describe it. So the setup that you're going to run in morning warm-up, you can run a pretty loose setup or that has a lot of oversteer built into it, relatively free, because you know that there's a lot of grip down once the tires get heat because you're running at a little bit cooler part of the day. When we get hotter later in the day, the carts will start to slip and slide a little bit more, especially by the time we get to the late afternoon. In my experience here at Newcastle, that greasy, really too hot and baking in the sun, that stuff comes in the main events at that 3 to 5 p.m. range. In the pre-final range, might be decently quick, but just starting to go away speed-wise. So we'll see. Normally the fastest session of the weekend be Sunday morning warm-up before even qualifying, when the track's nice and cool, just like how it is right now.
Green flag comes out for our first competitors. 2 drivers so far in the 1-minute 14-second bracket, Jacob Majeski and Aston Wyatt. But with this fast group on the track, Xander, I'm guessing we're going to see some more drivers in the 114s.
Yeah, again, these guys are just beginning lap number 1, so I think by the time they get through to lap number 3, we could probably see them in the mid-14s or so. If you look back at where they ended yesterday for happy hour here with the Micro Swifts, it was a 113 flat, so we are way off the mark here, and comparing still, even Luke Giglio, AJ Stoner, Chris Utzi, they were at a 113.9 to 114 flat. So the track must be a little bit off here this morning for them to be in the high 114s in qualifying. It could also be just the new tires again, but for everyone to be a little bit off, I think maybe we get down to the low 114s like you're estimating. I don't know if we touch the 113s like they were yesterday, but over nearly a second off where they were in Friday happy hour is where we are right now for Saturday qualifying.
Yeah, I think we're going to see as the morning moves on, probably those times will get a little closer to what they were yesterday. But these drivers still out there cutting some good laps. Jacob Majeski still hanging on. Who do we have here that's in the second group here? We're still waiting for those first laps to come in, it looks like.
Royce Vega right now just crossed the line. Here's Alexander Procuna running with Rocco Simone, and I believe Ashton Woon just crossed the line as well. So a handful of drivers together as we take a look. Royce Vega was the first one out. He was quick at the end of the day in final practice aboard the Bannock number 33. His first lap slots him just in the mix into 13th overall, jumping a good number of the Group 1 drivers already. So here's Vega coming through the kink towards the green corner, and we'll pick him up as he goes on towards the scoreboard hairpin on lap number 2. Further back, it's a big gap from Vega with the way that the gaps were set. I don't know if a ton of drivers ultimately tried to find teammates. It looks like a couple have, but Vega, not one of them. We'll wait for him to come by with lap number 2 and see where he drops into the line.
Not a lot of drafting anywhere on the circuit right now. They're all pretty well spread out, and that is not going to be conducive to some real quick laps, I don't think. Majeski from that first group still hanging on to that top spot with a 1:14.805. White flag comes out now on our drivers in the Micro Swift class, and it's still Majeski. Royce Vega second, Aston Wyatt. Oh, now we got Marco Sammet. Marco Sammet in the 75, a 1:14.201. So now we're getting down there. Alexander Petruna, a 1:14.212. And Rocco Simone, a 1:14.525. Jackson Gibson and Ashton Woon. So now we're seeing 5 drivers that have cut into that top spot, those top spots. And Majeski, who was fastest in the first group, has now been shuffled down to 6th.
And a 3/10 gap for Marco Sammet and Alexander Procuna on the field. That is simply because they are the only two right now hooked up and drafting around the racetrack, whether this was planned or not by the two, because they are not teammates. Marco Sammet under the Mike Doty Racing and Brandon Jarzakrak Racing banner on the Lando Norris kart, and Alexander Procuna on the Parolin, I believe, for the HCI team, if I'm not mistaken, out of Aventura, Florida. The number 66, 11 thousandths off. Now, when you're working together, it's kind of a toss-up depending on when you start the lap and when you finish, because you spend the whole lap running together of who ends up quicker. But this is where it'll come down to. Third lap in, Royce Vega, 5th. Not enough to go back to the top of the boards. Across the line for another one that was, I believe, Drew Walton, the 19. Sammet and Procuna do not improve. Simone does not go any faster. We're still waiting to see a few more across the line. Change for third. Ashton Woon moves up into the top 5 here, but as a whole, it looks like the lap time set by Marco Sammet and Alex Procuna will hold. Randy, let's take us through the top 10.
6 drivers from the second group have moved into the top 6 as Majeski gets shuffled back to 8th. Actually, 7 drivers have moved up there. So Marco Sammet will be your fast qualifier with a 1:14.201, followed by Alexander Procuna. And then it's Ashton Woon and Rocco Simone who'll start in row 2. Jackson Gibson, 5th qualifier. Royce Vega, 6th. Nicholas Orbezo, 7th. Then from that first group, Jacob Majeski will start 8th. And in row 5, 9th and 10th qualifiers, Aston Wyatt and Parker Ives. That's your top 10 qualifiers. And it's Marco Sammet on the pole with a 1:14.201, card number 75 in Micro Swift.
It's been a breakout year for Marco Sammet and Micro Swift. Kicked it off this year with a big-time win on the national scene in his debut at Orlando. He'll be leading them off in Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift. When we come back, it's time for qualifying to continue rolling through. 2 groups down, a few more, 5 classes in total, still to come. Live from Newcastle, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series season finale. It's the Heartland Grand Prix.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
But I'm still getting nothing. I'm getting nothing to the.
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park, and we are live with KA100 Senior Qualifying presented by Mike Doty Racing. The first of 4 total quali groups on the circuit right now. Unfortunately, these drivers here struggled a little bit at the end of the day yesterday in happy hour. So we're watching them head up through the scoreboard hairpin. This is Xander Rogers, I believe, in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, leading one other driver around, and it might be Mason Surgener on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. As they come down the front stretch, we'll confirm that here when they come to put 2 laps complete. At the moment, they are topping the boards in this group. And no, that's Xander Rogers and Riley Pegram in the 972 Kart Republic. Surgener a little bit further back. Nikolay Dukov improves on his second lap. He'll go to second. Pegram third. Grant Vogel on the OTK machine goes to the top at a 109.79. So we'll start to see the times drop and a few more faces joining the field here as Xander Rogers leads again Riley Pegram over to the cell tower hairpin. Good stuff from Charlotte Trainer in the 987. She'll move up the order. Alex Doncho does as well in the 935 to second. Surgener, Vogel, Rogers, your top 5 heading into the final lap. Rogers, again, was the first one below the cut line that went into this group here. This is group 1 of 4, the bottom 15 out of 60 total entries, a massive turnout that has been the storyline of the KA senior class all year long. And we've got a great mix, Randy, of regional guys, some first-year seniors, and you've got some former top-level X30 pros joining the ranks of the KA senior class like TJ Coyen, Race Liberante, going head-to-head. So a lot of competition as Xander Rogers sends it a little bit wide there just off camera to try and get a good final lap in. He ends 5th. Riley Pegram goes to second, and now they'll start to shuffle. Grant Vogel improves on his final circuit. He goes to the top at a 109.53. Charlotte Trainer waiting on Charlotte to come across the line. Pegram holding third, make it 4th. Alex Doncho finds a little more speed late in the session. A 109.33. That'll be a pretty strong lap with a 2/10 cushion, or you'd think, as Mason Surgener rips a good one in the 941. He'll go all the way to the top once again, and the only driver to break the 108 second bracket, a 108.96 for Mason Surgener. Doncho, Vogel, Trainer, Pegram, Thaddeus Lyda, Xander Rogers drops all the way to 7th. Kyla Anderson, Kingston Himes, and Jensen Wagner, the top 10 with a pretty massive spread, 9/10 of a second, but that's just the first 14 of the field. We'll send group number 2 out next here, and then eventually we'll get around to our top contenders. The KA senior class, though, coming into this weekend, we were talking championship points a little bit with KA100 junior, KA100 senior, Randy. It is going to come down to the absolute wire between Jeremy Fletcher, Alex Stanfield, and Brandon Lemke. Entering this weekend here, they're separated by 45 points before the drops. They're separated by 26 after drops. That's just one position if it's first to second.
And Brandon Lemke has been racing the USPKS since there was a USPKS. He's won many championships, both in national organizations such as the WK as well as USPKS. So he's certainly a wily veteran, so to speak, but a lot of great competition. So you'd mentioned about these 4 groups. Imagine yesterday, you've been solid all day, you get out in happy hour and you miss the setup, you spin and lose it in the first lap. Anything causing you to have a terrible happy hour. You're in this slow group. You got to get out there and get it done. And if you start near that back, I mean, you've got a pre-final and a final to work your way through. That's a lot of work, 60 drivers.
Yeah, the at least good part for the pre-finals today, this was a last-minute announcement that just came down the wire. Surprising to us here is that they will not be running an LCQ. All 60 drivers will transfer to the main, but they will keep with the split Heat A and Heat B formats. So the good part for that, if you do have a bad qualifying, every time you pass one kart in your heat race, Randy, you're actually passing two, as we've got problems for Adam Kreppen. The Merlin driver is off the racetrack here at the exit of turn number 4. And I don't know if that was just an unforced error or if he's got a mechanical issue as he's looking around to the front end of that go-kart. And indeed, I think we're going to see the 973 go over the ski jump and into the scale line. So an unfortunate early exit to the qualifying for Adam Kreppen. This is exactly what we're talking about, Randy. You're going all the way to the tail of the 60. Kreppen did not even get a single lap in, so he'll go all the way behind everybody in a 57 to 60th place starting spot. Final row. Again, the good part is for the pre-final, every one kart he passes is actually 2 because the field's cut in half, so you get by 1, you're getting by an entire row. But that's still 30 go-karts is a lot to pass for Adam.
Touching on something you said earlier, Xander, about the level of competition here this weekend. When you look at the geographic diversity of these drivers, you don't have drivers just in the United States. You've got them in North America. You've got them in some cases all over the world. And when they go back home, they're a stud, right? I mean, these are some of the top drivers racing regionally and locally, and they're coming here and racing against their peers. So you got the best of the best from all over the world here this weekend in Newcastle. And when you start looking at those upper 10 to 20 positions in some of these classes, these are top drivers anywhere you go. And the difference between a first and a 10th is just minuscule. I mean, it can be a matter of just getting the best lap in qualifying and hanging on to your spot. It can be a matter of making the right move at the right time, late in the pre-final to good starting position. I mean, it's so critical. But I mean, I know we'll see racing where they're battling lap after lap. And, you know, we talked a little bit yesterday about pacing themselves on tires. Sometimes you'll see a rabbit get out in front for maybe a quarter straightaway. Second place catches up to him, but then he stays there. He cools his tires back down and he waits and is patient to make the move. So a lot of strategy in these races, because you can't just give it all up right away. It's like any form of racing. If you use it up in the beginning, you won't have anything left.
Absolutely. And right now, at least you got to use up everything that you can in qualifying, because you don't want to have to rely on burning that stuff up in the races. We're seeing Brooke Nachman and Kendall Hedge. They were on your screen a little bit earlier. Here's a look as well of Grayson Redson headed into the scoreboard hairpin. He was the first driver below the cut line in Group 3 that missed out on Group 3, ended down in Group number 2. So that puts him roughly around 31st to 32nd overall. As he exits the final corner, he'll come down the front straightaway, head tucked down behind the wheel. Redson makes a little carburetor adjustment as they come towards the checkered flag, and let's see where it'll drop him. It does not take him up to the top overall. He ends up in 4th. Brooke Berry is still relatively quick. Mason Surgener, Drew James finds a lot of pace on the final lap. Good lap from Drew James with a little bit of toe at the very end. He ends up going up at a 108.65. Mason Surgener, David Weeks, Alex Feldstein, all shuffling at the very end with a good final couple circuits. So into the scale line for group number 2. And we've got a few more across the line. Late lap from Brooke Berry, one of the last drivers in the group, and she'll go to 2nd overall. So at this point here, it's just trying to hopefully hold a decent time to the end as Lavisa Landon comes on through, I believe, with no major change through. She ends in 16th, just outside the top 15 for Lavisa. 28 down, still got 30 to come, but Drew James out of 108.65, not a bad lap here in qualifying in comparison to where everyone has been so far this weekend. We've seen a lot of low 108s, and a few drivers touch the 107.9 second bracket in final practice. Christian Miles got a really good lap in final practice yesterday. That's another driver who's been with the U.S. Pro Kart Series his entire career, Randy. He is making his senior debut, quickest in happy hour. We'll see him not in this next group, but the one following, as group number 3 is headed onto the racetrack. This is your 15 to 30th place drivers from the final practice session.
So we got 5 drivers in the 108 second bracket, and Xander, it's time now to predict the future. What's it going to take to be pole sitter in the K100 senior class?
I think you're going to need to get to the 107s. I think there's no
107 is
question.
about a 107.8, 107.9.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see the times get down. I think you may see a few drivers in the final group get a little bit wise, and maybe once they get gapped onto the racetrack, slow down and go find a dancing partner if they can trust the guy that's right behind them or right in front of them. At the moment, we're not seeing too much of it, as we see Nick Terlecki there in the Merlin, or the Josh Oates Driver Development OTK get a little bit sideways, but he's working his way around the final corner, or final couple corners. So is Josh Oates. I believe both of them in this group here, and the first drivers to not fully transfer into that fast group of 15 as they come across the loop. And we'll confirm that here in just a moment, but there's a few more we'll pick up that we're down around the low 20s, as it's still a handful of new faces even at the end of this season that we've got to make sure we identify correctly. So Oates indeed, Terlecki indeed, Aiden Rudolph also in this group. TJ Coyen hovered the top 10 yesterday. He's here. Matthew Maccabee's been quick at Newcastle Motorsports Park for a number of seasons. He also finds himself in this group. And look at this here, Mick Gabriel, Race Liberante, a couple veterans. This is what I'm talking about. They decided they are going to work together. At least Gabriel's backed up to Liberante, so either way, these are two of the older drivers, kind of just Gabriel helping build a brand new karting team and shop. So they started at the bottom, started with 206 classes. Now they've worked their way. They're starting to work a K100 program. I'm sure we could see Mick Gabriel back in an X30 tag division like we've seen in the past. And in Race Liberante, again, similar type deal, building up the Race Factory brand. And they've also got on the combination with MPG Motorsports and Will Power Kart, Braden Eves waving the flag in the X30 Pro class. So both of them, two veterans here in the K100 Senior Division. That's what's so cool about this class, is you've got such a big clash of differences in experience and age that we don't see as much across the board.
A true cross-section of experience between a driver that is coming out of juniors and taking that next step into the senior class in the K100, to drivers like Race Liberante, Mick Gabriel, Brandon Lemke, who's been racing for years and years. They're veterans, and you'll see those drivers, I don't mean literally, but those drivers clash on the track. A lot of them have a few tricks up their sleeves, maybe the junior drivers that have transitioned don't have yet, and sometimes those young kids surprise the heck out of you too. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this class in particular because of the level of competition and the great mix of talent we have in so many entries, 60 entries in K100 Senior.
Well, speaking of young kids, on your screen is Aiden Rudolph here. He's trailing Nick Terlecki right now, going to the scoreboard hairpin. Been one of the fiery rookies that broke out onto the scene in January this year, and it's been a pretty solid rookie year for Aiden Rudolph. He's had a lot of speed at a lot of places he's went, but over the summer kind of slumped a little bit, and he's had then just a string of bad luck. You go back to Road America, even Orlando at the end of March. I mean, it seemed like just a handful of mechanical woes that would take him out of races. He was close here at the end of the SCUSA Summer Nationals to being where he wanted to be, and right there on that second lap to the top with a good toe off Nick Terlecki. Perfect positioning for Aiden Rudolph. This is exactly how he wants to start his Saturday.
Adam Maxwell, 108.460. And now Mick Gabriel and Race Liberante, those veterans we just talked about, now they're 1 and 2. Liberante with a 108.066. We're getting close to that 107 mark, Xander. And real quick, I just wanted to mention, I had the pleasure yesterday of bumping into an old friend, Alan Rudolph. Alan's here with his son, Aiden, who's really quick in the K100 Senior. And Alan is bringing the U.S. Pro Kart Series to his complex down in Houston next year. He's real excited about that. And a new venture for the U.S. Pro Kart Series coming all the way west to Houston, Texas. So really exciting to see Alan. To me, Alan is a legend when it comes to karting, all his accomplishments, and he's just a fine human being. And now to see his son racing here in the USPKS, to me, that's an example of what karting's all about.
It's super cool. He's been vying to try and get a U.S. Pro Kart Series date at his facility for the last couple of seasons, and finally it's going to come together in 2023. Let's see what his son can put together here on the final lap. Aiden Rudolph crossed the line. Final time, not an improvement. It looks like they all kind of caught some traffic there at the end. Himself, TJ Coyen, Matthew Maccabee. Maccabee goes quicker. Rudolph actually slowed down big time at the checkered flag, so I don't know what was going on with the 979, but ultimately not a quick final lap for Aiden Rudolph. Liberante and Gabriel do not improve. They remain at the top, though, as Maxwell gets a little bit closer. Again, just a couple of veterans know, and again, that's how the rules are structured. If you can trust yourself to hit a good lap on one shot, and you don't need lap 2 or lap 3, or 3 laps in total. If you can do it on just one, you can burn your first lap, or even if you just burn the out lap, and then try and find someone to tow with. That's exactly what Race Liberante and McGabriel did. They knew they only needed one good lap. That's all that they really had room for, because their third lap, 0.6 off of where they were before. Their first lap a good bit off. They were shuffling as well, but they went for just one good lap, gave up the opportunity to go punch their own hole, and instead they wanted to risk it by drafting with each other. It's paid off so far, but we've got 15 of the fastest KA seniors headed onto the racetrack now.
Race Liberante fastest so far in the 3 groups. Mick Gabriel second, Adam Maxwell, Matthew Maccabee, Blaney Benjamin, Aiden Rudolph, TJ Coyen, Logan Mueller, Drew James, and Gavin Griffin. That's your top 10. 3 groups in, 1 group to go in KA100 Senior as we work our way through qualifying here in Newcastle for the Heartland Grand Prix, last leg of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Xander, we're well into qualifying now. We've got our pre-finals coming up after qualifying, but positioning is important. But understanding the format of qualifying, pre-final, final, the bottom line is you can be the fastest in qualifying, you can go out in the pre-final starting on the pole, and with the white flag coming out, you can get a little bump and be put off and get a DNF, and you still start last in the final.
Yeah, so you have to be, just as much as you want to be aggressive, cautious, because it is an all risk as well as all reward type deal. It's an all or nothing, rack 'em up and shootout format, really, running just quali, pre-final, and final. You don't have heats where you can be a little more aggressive or attempt moves and kind of treat them like a practice race or test session with that in mind. Christian Miles here was quickest at the end of happy hour. We talked about him a little bit earlier on in this round of sessions. Super fast at the end of the day yesterday at a 107.7. We go back to find championship contender Brandon Lemke right now. Lemke is working his way to the green corner, and here we'll pick up heading into I-70. There's Miles coming through. So Christian Miles, fastest in Friday practice, coming down the start-finish line straight. His senior debut on the national scene. Ran X30 Junior, actually comes into this weekend 5th in points in X30 Junior. Decided that they wanted to jump up to the senior ranks early. Not doing the X30 Pro class just yet, starting with K100 Senior first. They're also one of the more budget-strapped families in the paddock here, driving in. Slept in their car Wednesday night before Thursday practice because they didn't want to justify the hotel bill and when they were going to get in at 12 or 1 a.m. So this is a family here that really is working hard to make sure that they're here every single week, and they are exactly what this K100 Senior class is all about. Impressive to see them topping the boards in Friday practice. His first lap puts him 13th overall, but the quickest in group number 1 so far is one of the championship contenders, Alex Stanfield. We'll see where we can find the Team Fallon GWR Tony Kart driver. He's a little bit further back.
Stanfield was really quite, fast in happy hour yesterday. We'll see what he can do in lap 2. They should be getting a little quicker as we get into lap 2 and lap 3. Right now, Race Liberante is the driver to knock off of the point with a 108.066, but I have a feeling lap 2 is going to show us some 107s.
Yeah, let's see it across the line here. Stanfield, you can see him. He was second in happy hour to Miles. Said he did it on his own. Miles, a 108 flat. Stanfield, a 107.64. That is nearly 4/10 better than the entire field. What a flyer from Alex Stanfield. He seemed really confident talking to him after practice yesterday, and that confidence was not misplaced. Here's the championship points leader, Jeremy Fletcher. Good tow for Fletcher. He'll go to second, a 108.005 as he trails one of the other top 15 drivers here. Christian Miles by himself needs to find a little more speed to close that gap back up. He sits third. Logan Adams fourth. Chase Hand fifth. The top 5 all from this fast group, but Liberante's lap holding on to 6 as Stanfield works the green corner for the final time. Checkered flag will come by the stripe. Where will they shuffle through? Christian Miles tucks his head down for the final time to I-70.
Nearly 4/10 of a second separation. That is huge, Xander. Alex Stanfield to Jeremy Fletcher, first to second. Come down the Long Pond Straight now for the checkered flag, and we'll see what the final result is going to be for qualifying.
Miles a 107.9. Stanfield a 107.59. Another 3.25 gap. The question will be if Jeremy Fletcher can jump back up to second. Here across the line, one of the TKG Kart Republics there, Brandon Lemke, he can do no better than 8th. Fletcher with a pass on the final lap to get around some traffic, ends up in second, a 107.83, so he does jump, but it will not hold. Logan Adams on the final circuit. Home turf for Logan Adams and the Adams family. They'll go to the front row in KA Senior in the 932. Fletcher ends in third. Adrian Cruz fourth with a very solid performance for the Dallas, Texas-based driver and the Cruz Racing Development OTK. Christian Miles, fastest in Friday practice, drops back to P5 overall in the rest of the top 10, Randy.
John Burke, 6th. Chase Hand will qualify 7th. Race Liberante back to 8th. Aiden Levy and G3 Argaros is 10th. So that's your top 10. Alex Stanfield, a 107.591 fast qualifier.
And again, the big notables here, Stanfield, Jeremy Fletcher, and Brandon Lemke all in the championship fight. Stanfield on pole, Fletcher third. Brandon Lemke did not end up in the top 10. He qualifies 11th. We're going to take another commercial break. When we come back, the warm-up lap's getting to be underway here for X30 Pro Junior.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovk.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Pro Junior. Working our way through X30 Pro Junior, and early laps in. Oscar Alife, a 107.640. Jorge Ortiz, a 107.827. Anthony Martella, a 108.086. Chris Aiken, a 108.224. Ortiz to the top of the leaderboard, a 107.090. Anthony Martella in the 742, a 107.081. And it's Ortiz, Alife, Wolney, Jackson Wolney in the 796, fourth quick. And now Chris Aiken up to the top of the leaderboard, a 107.039 as they approach that 106 bracket. And I'm sure in that Group A, we're going to see some 106s. Wouldn't surprise me if we see some 106s in Group B. Right now they're chasing the 722 at Chris Aiken. a 107.039. Martella, Ortiz, Alife, and Wolny. That's your top 5. White flag is out. Group B on track for X30 Pro Junior. Quick time a 107.039 by Chris Aiken. Well into our qualifying sessions now as we approach our pre-finals later on this morning. And the first giveaway today of the grills from Mark Coates of Mark's Lighting and Fireplace goes to Mike Doty Racing. Mike Doty Racing, you have won a grill. Go check out the USPKS trailer. You've won yourself a grill. Compliments of Mark Coates and Mark's Lighting. Oscar Iliff, a 107.004 is now quick time. Jackson Wolny, a 107.004, equal exact time. Believe that? 107.004, the top 2, Wolny and Iliff. Then it's Jorge Ortiz, Chris Aiken, and Anthony Martella, your top 5 in Group B. Checkered flag comes out, and we're clearing the racetrack. We'll have our Group A competitors for X30 Pro Junior out onto the track. Right now they're chasing Oscar Iliff in cart number 780, a 107.004, and Jackson Wolny, also identical times, a 107.004. Group A onto the racetrack now. Group A, we're going to see the likes of Sebastian Weldon, Enzo Venimentian, Stephen Miller, Max Garcia, Leonardo Escorpiani, Aiden Ingrata, Parker DeLong, and Nicholas Ambiato, Max Taylor, Teddy Masella, Ernesto Rivera, Christian Cameron, Gavin Witt, Emma Scarborough, Charlie Smith, Caleb Gafara, and Liam Kerper. That's your Group A for the X30 Pro Junior. We'll see how they sort out. Nobody into the 106s yet, but I think that's about to change. Because right now a 107.004 is the time to beat from that Group A. So some good times turned in by Group A. We have got a large draft group rounding the I-70 hairpin and heading down the Long Pond Straight, warming up the tires back and forth, but they're on the gas now as they cross the line to take the green flag. We got our qualifying session underway for X30 Pro Junior, and they're too wide through the corner. Come on, guys, we're not racing yet. You knock each other out, and it's going to defeat the purpose here. But they are in a 6-pack draft, and that's going to make for some interesting slingshot moves on these long straights here at Newcastle as drivers try to gain a little bit of speed. As you see it, even as high up as the Indy 500, they'll try to get those flyers in practice to get the speed up there, and you're going to see the same thing here. Watch as they head down the long straights, and they will slingshot past one another to gain a little bit of speed on that particular lap. Right now, the time to beat is a 107.004 by Oscar Iliff and Jackson Wolny. Identical times, Xander, for the top 2 drivers in Group B.
Yeah, and again here, you're going to see so much gamesmanship going on right now in Group A for the X30 Pro Juniors on your screen, already packed up. Didn't matter what order they sent them out in. They were going to wait and mess with each other. We got a quick announcement here in the paddock for the driver, the 912, to report to tech with your cart and all of your tires for both race days. Cart 912, so that's going to be from KA100 Senior. Look at this already. See, there's some more passing going on. Caleb Gafara on Aiden Ingrata. Now, they're also messing with each other because they are involved in the championship fight. Sebastian Weldon on your screen in the Lando Norris cart. He is not, unfortunately, but he is looking for pole, so he'll pull over, let them go, burn his first lap, and try to slot in line somewhere in the middle of the pack. And they got to be careful when they pull over mid-lap right there. Weldon did not fully get clear of the driver, passing him around the outside into turn number 4 and into turn number 5, and he could get called for an impeding penalty. So you have to be very mindful that when you want to back off, find a new place in line that you don't hurt someone else's chance of a lap. Because, again, there's only 3 laps. We've already messed up 1. Everybody passing each other. Let's see what they do here. Look at that. Gafara pulls over. He's going to wait on everybody to go on by. Ingrata will do the same. And I think that might have just put Stephen Miller to the lead of the group now. So more and more games are being played in the top of the X30 Junior class in qualifying. Across the line, it's one of the Kart Republics that will lead them here at the end of the lap. And he'll get past, or attempted to get past, by Weldon at the end into turn number 1.
Max Taylor, a 106.859, goes to the top of the charts in the 733. Parked along 106.865 second. Leonardo Escorpione, 106.900. That's your top 3, all in the 106 second bracket. Then it's Oscar Ilov, Jackson Wolney, Jorge Ortiz, Chris Aiken, Anthony Martella, Max Garcia, and Stephen Miller. Caleb Gaffara backed off immensely, about 6 kart lengths or 7 kart lengths from the rest of the pack, with the idea he could slingshot him. I'm not so sure he didn't back off too far, Xander. If he lost that draft, it's going to work to his detriment.
It might hurt him, but again, at least in his mind, he's not giving any draft to his championship rivals in Aiden Ingrata or Max Garcia. I will say Max Garcia right now, he's just behind this group of 5. I think he might be in one of the better spots for the final lap. We'll see when they come across the line. It'll be borderline if he's close enough to get the toe. Let's see. He's in that blue and white wheel power cart behind the pack. Here's Weldon. He'll pass on the final lap, take the checkered flag. Weldon will go to 3rd. Garcia goes to 2nd. Ingrata in the middle of that mix somehow rips out a good one, but he will get beaten by both Teddy Musella and Ernesto Rivera. And both of them, the RPG teammates, they're separated by 1,000th of a second. I have to imagine the reason that gap is where it is because they were pushing and were with each other for the final few laps. So they decided to say, forget everybody else. We'll do our own thing. For Ernesto Rivera and Teddy Musella, it pays off. Caleb Gaffara on the final lap. We're worried about how far he dropped back. He ends up in 5th. Decent. Weldon 6th. Stephen Miller 7th. But a lot of games getting played there in that X30 Junior Fast group for sure.
1/10 of a second separation between those top 4, Ernesto Rivera, Teddy Musella, Aiden Ingrata, and Max Garcia. You throw a blanket over these guys. I couldn't believe how much gamesmanship was going on. They're trying to, I guess, not only trying to get the better laps, but also figuring out where your competitors are for the points championship, not wanting to give them an advantage, but at the same time, does it hurt you? Now, for example, Gaffara starting in 5th, it didn't really hurt him. He's starting 5th. He's got plenty of racing ahead of him. The other thing these drivers have to keep in mind, and I know their teams and their moms and their dads and their driver coaches, they all say be patient. It's a long day. But if you're starting, if qualifying doesn't turn out the way you want, and instead of starting in the top 10, you're starting 27th, patience is out the window. You've got to get out there and at least get yourself into a decent position for the final in order to have a shot. Yeah,
you have to be able to at least make up half the spots, if not more, in that pre-final, because you want to be able to start good in the main. The big question always is when and where will the wrecks happen? Not an if normally, and the same with not even a wreck sometimes, but just a bad pass that splits the packs up. Because when we go to a 1.1 mile racetrack like Newcastle Motorsports Park, while it is a road course and it does have technical sections where you can run by yourself, it is North American Karting's Talladega and Daytona in most classes, and it's hard to catch up to a group without some major battling and blocking. So it's tricky, but the X30 Masters making their way out onto the circuit here. We're going to take another commercial break. We'll come back with their qualifying session as they begin their championship fight with Mario Barrios leading the way here in Newcastle. You're watching Kart Chaser for the U.S. Pro Kart Series season finale.
PerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAME and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at parolinusa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here to Newcastle, and your X30 Master qualifying just getting going. Renato Yater David, quickest overall at a 105.68. John Bonanno about 0.6 off the pace right now on the 572 comp card at the end of lap number 2. Laurentiu Mardan is third. Danilo Romalo coming into the championship weekend is battling for the points along with Mario Barrios. Both of them a ways to go here. They've got some pace to find for sure. Again, it's a 0.6 margin for Renato Yater. He's not in the championship fight, unfortunately. Romalo is 44 back from Barrios entering the weekend. Scott Roberts, 92 out. Last year's champion, reigning champ Scott Kopp, 133 back. Danny Robertson, almost a full race back. So they've all got work to be done. But in the case of Renato Yater David, it's a weekend he would have loved to have been in the championship fight. His third lap, a little bit off. A 105.7 still holds. Mardan still second. Nicky Coelho third. And John Bonanno bumps down to fourth for the moment. We'll see as he crosses the line for the final lap. A good toe moves him back up to second, and Romalo to third.
Renato Yater David, a half a second gap on the field. That's the largest gap we've seen all day, all morning, I should say. Bonanno up to second. Danilo Romalo third. Mardan fourth. Nicky Coelho, who's been racing, the Coelho family, very involved in the Badger Car Club. Nicky's been racing karts in some form of racing, my goodness, probably since the 80s. So Nicky Coelho out there in the Masters class, showing he's still got something left in the tank as he qualifies fifth. Danny Robertson, Scott Kopp, Mario Barrios, Scott Roberts, and Christian Ivammer. That is your top 10 qualifiers for X30 Masters. But what a gap, a half a second on the field for Renato Yater David.
Yeah, massive gap. And then on the flip side of the grid here, his teammate, Antonio Pizzonia, for whatever reason, no laps turned in qualifying. Not sure what the issue was for Antonio, but he'll roll off down in 16th behind Kim Carapalati, Rob Mayer, Scott Carapalati, Miguel Mir. With an up-and-down qualifying, not a great one for him or Martin Stone, the two Texas-based drivers, 11th and 12th in Speed Concepts Racing X30 Masters. With 2 divisions to go here, the Mini Swift division presented by DNJ Intermodal Services. Carson Weinberg was quickest in morning warm-up this morning over Isaac Malkett. Keelan Harvick was quickest in Friday happy hour, third this morning in warm-up. In this class, like many, divided into 2 groups in total, 38 drivers altogether. There it is. There's Antonio Pizzonia. So his problems must have come on the outlap as Pizzonia getting taken off of the Gator, and they'll get that into position. So that's what's happened to the Orsilon Racing Tony Car driver, unfortunately. Antonio Pizzonia with a mechanical failure early in qualifying prevents him from getting any single laps in.
He'll start 16th. Obviously, he would have been a little quicker than that probably in qualifying. So there's a case where, 16th isn't the end of the world, but he's still got to make his way up a little ways. He needs to be top 5 or 6, I would think, to have a really good shot. So that's one to watch when we get to the pre-finals, how he goes through the field to get up near the front.
And when it's a tight field, when the top 5, top 10 are only a tenth to a couple tenths apart, you can kind of count on them to battle a little bit, and that will slow them down. When Renato Yater has half a second on the group, you can't necessarily expect for the second and third to battle with him and keep him close for you to arrive on the scene late in the second half of the race. When he gets through the field, just by lap 2 or 3, making up a couple spots, Renato Yater already might be long gone.
You can't catch up to somebody if you're just as fast but not any faster. You're not going to catch them unless you got help. And that's the same thing if you're racing with somebody and you get into a bobble with the guy you're racing with, you lose that draft. You're not catching back up to him again unless you got help. And we've seen that a lot where people lose that draft. There could be a 4-car breakaway. The driver in 4th has a problem. He loses the draft. And even though he could be just as fast, he never sees him again.
Exactly. So we'll see what that looks like here for D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift. They're slated to go green in just a few moments for the first of the 2 groups live from Newcastle Motorsports Park. We'll be also taking a few moments, I believe, later in qualifying and into the pre-finals here to chat with some of the top drivers. We've got our interview station, David Land, Caleb Smock. They'll be taking over the reins down on the grid, down in the paddock area, giving us some updates throughout the morning as the sun begins to work its way higher into the sky. The track temperature, air temperatures continue to rise here. We're already a little over an hour into our broadcast from Newcastle with the beautiful Interstate 70 in the background there as the trucks continue to go back and forth behind this 75, 80 miles an hour top speed racetrack we've got at 1.1 miles in length. And the engines, I believe, now have fired for D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift. You can see the USPKS official getting set on the grid to release. And we can switch that camera here over to the grid area with the USPKS official. There we are. He looks like he's got his way up to the top of the grid, ready to go. And there we go. D&J Intermodal Services first driver out. The first driver just below the cut heads onto the circuit. And about a second, maybe 2 seconds on the gaps for each. We'll check where everybody ended in Friday Happy Hour to exactly pick out where they all are. X30 Pro Senior is also on deck. They'll be set to go green here shortly. So at 39 drivers in total. Group A was 1 through 20. That's the fast group. Ends at Edward Kennedy. Caleb Tarter was the first driver onto the circuit in the 145 as he was just below, about a tenth off of P20, 1.4 seconds off of the fastest drivers, though. Juan Jose Paramo, Austin Dromalev, William Kim, Thomas Crispin, all a few that were just below the cut line of 39 for Friday practice in Minnesota. So we'll keep our eye on Caleb Tarter and see how he fares as he works his way around the outlap to begin lap number 1.
Not a lot of drivers bunching up. I see a 2-car battle here. We got a driver off over there. Looks like by the green corner, I believe. We got a driver stuck in the grass. He's trying to get going, but doesn't.
Oh, that is the 141. And we'll try and identify who we've got. That's Tyrone Kemper Jr. aboard the energy cart that has gotten beached on the outside of the racetrack there in the horseshoe. So he's got the track official coming to help him here in just a moment. We'll see if Tyrone Jr. can get going, but he may lose a lap in the process. So he'd only get 2 laps instead of 3, and that's assuming the clutch is still in good shape as he was trying to use the motor to get going and get out of the weeds. Also problems for this driver here. Is that the 145 of Caleb Tarter? It is. It's the Nitro Kart driver. He's gone off as well. So a number going wide or having some spins. Here's a little spin as well near the back for one in the white helmet that just came through turns 1 and 2. Lots of trouble on the opening circuit for the first of 2 groups in Mini Swift.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what you have those concerns about. Is you get out there, you don't try warming up the tires too much. You get it sideways, all of a sudden you're off in the grass. You beach it, as you said, and you can't get it refired. And next thing you know, you've killed qualifying, and that's what's really going to hurt these kids now because they're going to be starting from the back in a pretty good-sized class. So they're already behind the 8 ball, so to speak, for the day when they start the pre-final in the back rows. Coming by, it looks like now for our first lap. First lap complete. We'll get some times in here shortly. Asen Dromalev, Michael McGowie coming in with a 114.422. Roman McCurdy getting a lap in there. Mateo Calderon, 1:14.422 quick time so far. In this second group, this would be the B group. 1 lap in the books. McGowie now at 1:14.422 is quick so far as we have most of the field through. Marco Romero now to the top at 1:14.274 in the 171. McGowie second, then it's Aiken Dromela third, Emmett Eddles fourth, and Roman McCurdy fifth. In Group B, we have 4 drivers in the 1:14 second bracket, but a big margin there between a 1:14.274 all the way to 1:14.9. But the first 3 within a couple tenths of a second of each other, Romero, McGowie, and Dromalev. 1 lap in, they'll have their second lap coming by this time, but they're chasing the 171 of Marco Romero. We've got 1 more group to go, X30 Pro Senior.
And with that in mind, we've got David Land here down on the grid. He's caught up with Diego Ramos, who is getting set to go out for qualifying shortly here. David?
Yes, I'm feel more comfortable than yesterday. We did some changes in the chassis, and I feel better. This track, you can the slip chains is so hard. If you get a good slip chain, you can go faster. And then I try staying a good point in a good space in the qualifier for try get a slip chain and try to do a pole.
It's been the top and has been the top 2 long straightaways. Game of
yeah, I think everybody's trying, but let's see in the first lap what everybody's doing, and I try to stay behind some guy, because if you do the quali alone, you never do a pole. But let's see, you never know.
That's Diego Ramos. He was 3rd in the warm-up. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, David, there. And again, we apologize for a little bit of that technical difficulties, but a good question by David to Diego. And Diego put it bluntly right there, as said Randy, with the checkered flag coming in Mini Swift for group number 1, that if you go out by yourself, you don't get a draft, you will not get a pole. And so he knows it. We've seen it already multiple times today. The likes of Caleb Gaffera and K.A. Jr. going down to the edge of the top 10. The same for K.A. Senior to a degree, although Alex Stanfield ran alone and was able to put a pole position lap down together, so that was impressive. But for a number of classes, if you're not running with some help, you are not going to be leading the field of the green in the pre-finals later on. So we'll see what the X30 Senior class was. We saw a lot of gamesmanship in X30 Junior, so we might see some of the same.
Group B, Mini Swift receiving the checkered flag. Fastest in the group by a half a second, the 161 of Michael McGowie, a 1:12.800. Only driver in the 1:12 second bracket. Emmett Eddles, a 1:13.262. Mason Berry, Mateo Calderon, and Roman McCurdy. That's your top 5 in Group B. Through the top 10 Group B qualifiers, Marco Romero, Asen Dromalev, Caleb Tarter, Davis Henry, and Austin Warner. But we got our fast group, Group A, coming out next. So we will see probably quite a few more drivers in that 1:12 second bracket, and we'll see who can wind up on the point for the pre-final in the Mini Swift class. But right now, the time to beat to go to the top of the charts is a 1:12.800 by the 161 of Michael McGowie.
Yeah, so let's see what the opening couple laps begin to look like. We're already seeing the front few drivers here in Mini Swift back off and group up a little bit. Lucas Palacio and Keelan Harvick, they've been drafting partners nearly all year, so no surprise that they were able to do that in happy hour and go to the top. Harvick had a rocky start to his weekend. On Thursday, flipped in the final practice session of the day, tore up the go-kart. I talked to his coaches, Coach Jonathan Kotick and tuner in Cody Johnson. They said, I asked, well, how's he doing? He said, well, Mom's a little bit upset. He's a little bit bruised and rattled, but we'll be good. And again, came back fastest in final practice as they both led a couple drivers by. Palacio and one more go on through. So that's Isaac Malcutt, who will lead the field down to turn number 1. While we go with him, I believe we've got a few more interviews we'll be queuing up here in just a few moments, as well as the leaders head towards the Scalehouse corner.
Michael McGowie, a 112.800. Still the time to beat as the green flag comes out for Group A of Mini Swift. The Heartland Grand Prix here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Last leg of the U.S. Pro Kart Series coming to you live on Kart Chaser. A lot of exciting racing in store for us the rest of the weekend here at Newcastle.
So Michael McGaughy, Emmett Eddles, Mason Berry, Mateo Calderon, Rowan McCurdy. Again, their laps separated majorly just from McCauley back to Emmett Eddles at a 4.5 margin, a 112.8. Let's see what that looks like here. At the end of the first lap, you won't see much from Keelan Harvick and Palacio. They were in the process of letting Isaac Malkut go by them to start lap number 1, so they will not have much on the opening lap because they had a slower start at the end of the straightaway. Malkut might have something decent, getting the slingshot on him, but they'll be in prime position for lap number 2. Alessandro Truccio in this grouping could be very good as well, very key. Headed down to turn 1. Malkut by a car length. Harvick will put a decent lap to start this one with a big run up to Malkut as they go through 2 and 3.
Salvador Della Vecchia, a 113.211, moves up to second. McGowie still hanging on that 112.800 lap. Emmett Eddles, Mason Berry, and Mateo Calderon still your top 5. But Salvador Della Vecchia, a 113.211, I believe is the quickest in this group so far. But those laps are going to get lower and lower as they build heat in those tires, and they find their way into the groove in this Group A qualifying session of Mini Swift.
And now, here as they begin the final lap, we'll go side by side as well. David Landis caught up with Braden Eves in the MPG Motorsports Full Power Cart. Let's send it on down here to David.
Thank you, Xander. Here with professional race car driver Braden Eves. His regular day job is in the Indy Pro 2000 Championship, but you're doing a little bit of bushwhacking here with the MPG team. Tell me about your weekend thus far and how you feeling for qualifying.
Yeah, I'm feeling good for quali. I think we found a bit of pace overnight, just getting a couple things more dialed. I'm feeling good. Obviously, here you always have to get a good toe to go up front in quali. So I think if we just position ourselves right and time the lap, I think we can go definitely inside the top 5.
And importantly, you're the only MPG kart in this class. Is that going to make it more difficult? Are you going to be able to find partners to work with when you get out there for qualifying?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more tough not having teammates just because some of the teams have like 4 or 5 guys that just go out in a line and all give each other a tow. And you can rely on that. So it's a little bit more difficult. Just, you have people that are pulling over right when you're trying to get a draft lap. So it's a little bit more difficult, but, obviously I think everyone, when it comes down to go time and everyone knows their tires are in, everyone goes. So you just kind of have to, I have a lot of experience around here, so I'm just going to have to rely on that.
Attention in the pits. Experienced drafting partner Braden Eves looking for one today. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, David. Here again, Braden makes a good point. Once they go, and that's what we're seeing right now here in Mini Swift. Keelan Harvick backed off in the first lap, has been going on lap 2, going on lap 3. They've passed Isaac Malkut on the final lap. Lap 3 across the line is a great one for that group. All 4 instantly jump up above everybody else. Harvick, though, the worst of it. Alessandro Truccio is your quickest at the moment at a 112 flat, Randy.
Lucas Palacio second, a 112.074. Isaac Malkut charges up to third, a 112.141. Keelan Harvick, Carson Weinberg, that's your top 5. Salvador Della Vecchia, Devin Waltz, Kai Johnson, Brady Shad, and Travis Pettit. That's your top 10 qualifiers as we wind down this A session of Mini Swift. And we've got Alexander Truccio, card number 183, a 112.026, almost into the 111 second bracket. A checkered flag out, field winds its way around this circuit into the scale area. So it looks like it's going to be the 183 of Alessandro Truccio with a 112.026 fast qualifier in Mini Swift.
And with that, we'll take one more commercial break. When we come back, the final group for qualifying, our headline division, $5,000 to win on the weekend and a whole lot more prizes to come. For X30 Pro Senior, the first of the 2 groups is up next. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest
the top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SCUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
Welcome back to Newcastle, and no, you are not seeing them gritting up for a race. This is everybody in the slow group here for X30 Pro Senior playing some mind games with each other, trying to back off and not be the first one to go. The entire outlap here was burned for the slow group. Cameron Weinberg now has decided to say, all right, fine, I will lead the train, at least for now. But don't be surprised if you see that Speed Concepts Racing CRG pull over at the end of lap #1. Tyler McIntyre second in line on the Alonso kart for Motaz Sports. Santiago Fernandez in tow, and it's about 8 or 9 drivers all in this big grouping here headed out of the Cell Tower hairpin.
Total dominance this year by Ryan Norberg in this category. Xander, where's he going to wind up in qualifying?
I don't know, man. He has not been cracking the top 5 in the last 2 time sessions. His teammates have done pretty well. Donovan Bonilla has been really quick all day, was quickest in the first 3 practices, all 1, 2, and 3 yesterday, then was 3rd in 4, 3rd in happy hour. He was not on the board as high in morning warm-up this morning. That order went to his teammates Nate Cicero and Hayden Jones, so we'll see where the champ lines up, but he's been running by himself for a lot of this weekend. Now, with it all on the line, is he going to go a little bit more and play the strategy game to get in the tow? As we see McIntyre throw it on the inside of Weinberg. So he'll go by him. Weinberg drops back behind. Justin Atakonis leads the next group of 4 here into the blue corner towards the backside, turns 5, 6, 7, and 8. This is what we call the bus stop, right into the horseshoe kind of chicane. Then you have this 180-degree hairpin. Great passing zone here, as you can see. And then it's full throttle, a little blip of the gas and that little kink, and then they come over the hill towards the green corner. Here's a look from the outer side of the hill into that green hairpin. There's Mauricio Hernandez making a pass, and here's a bit look back to Justin Atakonis, one of the many superstar rookies we've seen this season. Atakonis got his first career U.S. Pro Kart Series podium in X30 Pro earlier this year at round 2 in GoPro Motorplex. He's in a good spot, I think, to start this final lap. About 4 to 5 car lengths back from Weinberg and McIntyre, who are going to pass each other on the straightaway. McIntyre lets him go. White flag. This will hurt them both in qualifying. Great position, though, if Justin Atakonis keeps Aiden Fox behind him. This is a great spot to be in.
Atakonis with a 105.245, quick lap with 1 lap to go in the session. Aiden Fox, a 105.277, only 3/100ths of a second separation between those top 2. Less than a tenth of a second separating the top 3, as Tyler McIntyre in the 338 comes in with a 105.327. Cameron Weinberg and Justin White make up the top 5, but the 318 of Justin Atakonis is your quick so far, a 105.245. Just saw there earlier you were showing how the passing under braking. There's so many opportunities on this circuit, not just to draft, but to pass under braking. If you're in a position, you'll have the opportunity on that last lap to make a pass. This circuit will allow you to do that. Some circuits a little tighter. You really got to pick and choose where you're going to pass somebody. Here you'll have the opportunity, if you put yourself in position, to do it at the end of the race.
This might be one of the weirdest endings to qualifying I've seen. Ataconis, Cameron Weinberg, and Aiden Fox were all battling with each other on that final lap. Burned them all 4 to 5 tenths slower as they were passing into the green corner, and they were passing into I-70. Looked like Weinberg was quick, then got passed by McIntyre. McIntyre also didn't really get a good clean lap either. Every single lap he had, all three were burned with passes with Cameron Weinberg. Anytime you make a pass or get passed, think about that as a 2 to 3 tenth loss minimum. So for these guys making passes on their laps, they've got to make up for it normally by having the toe maybe up to the driver. If you pass down the front straight away and you got a big run, your lap may not be hindered, but the guy you pass, it absolutely hurts their session, kills that individual lap. Weinberg kept getting passed, tried to pass forward, got passed again, and at that point it looked like he kind of played spoiler to Ataconis and Aiden Fox on the final lap. They still hold at the quickest in group number 1, but I don't know how well their laps will hold up in group number 2. These guys will probably bump about all of them back because we saw lap times nearing the lap record for 125 action here at a 103.9. But they were down to the 104.2s in happy hour yesterday. Only in the 104.7s here in warm-up. Let's see what the group looks like. For now, not a lot of waiting, not a lot of games as of yet from the fast group. They might have watched those slow group guys and realized that the battling is what hurts them more.
And I agree about the passing. When you pass somebody, one thing if it's in a race because you're gaining position, but you're not running your line and neither is the driver you're passing. So you're both going to go slower. It's not the fast line when you're side by side through a corner because neither one of you have the line you want. The pass has to be in the draft in qualifying. And if you're passing somebody through the corners, you're probably hurting both of you.
Absolutely here. Hayden Jones was the quickest in final practice yesterday, has been pretty quick this week. Here's Braden Eves in that MPG Motorsports Will Power Cart. We talked to him. Said, again, he's the lone wolf entry in that one, but he's not the only OTK or the only Kart Republic manufactured go-kart. Colin Warren in the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic in the 397. A one-man band this weekend for Colin, working on his own go-kart and driving it as well, which is equally impressive to go up against the likes of these guys. Diego Ramos, PSO Karting's factory U.S. driver, running started with a debut at USPKS at Road America. Kind of was a one-off shot after he lost his opportunity with the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic team, lost his ride, got a one-off opportunity with PSL, put it on the podium, won them some prize money, and was able to secure an opportunity to continue racing with them towards the end of 2022. So Ramos has been in the top 5 all day throughout yesterday and today. We'll see how he does, as here's a good look at one of the CRGs for Speed Concepts Racing, Jack Jeffers, who's also hovered the top 5 a lot of the day. He goes second. Donovan Bonilla initially quickest. Ramos 4th. Massimino 3rd.
Ryan Norberg to the top, a 104.728. So he found some speed, but Nathaniel Cicero, a number 382, a 104.495. Now quick time, Norberg, Fletcher, Colin Warren, and Donovan Bonilla. That's your top 5 with the 382, and Nathaniel Cicero, a 104.495 quick time. So far, next 30.
What a lap for Nate Cicero on the opening circuit, a 104.4 already. I didn't think we'd get that low. I didn't think the track was that fast. Here's Norberg in the national number 1 plate going through, and then a look back to find Paulie Massimino aboard the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. He'll head up the hill to the I-70 hairpin. Massimino gets bumped all the way down to 7th at a 105 flat. Half a second to find, but it was the first lap on the circuit. Norberg's the next in tow, then Colin Warren. So across the line, lap 2 coming to be completed this time. How do they all stack up? Hayden Jones to the top, 104.47. What's Norberg going to lay down? The heat from the number 1, a 104.36. To the top to buy a 10th. Jones, Cicero, 1, 2, 3 for RPG right now. Jack Jeffers, best of the rest in the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. He's 4th.
Donovan Bonilla 5th through the top 10. Colin Warren, Diego Ramos, Paulie Massimino, Wes Duchek, and Jeremy Fletcher. That's your top 10. But as we get ready for that checkered flag next time by, the number 1, Ryan Norberg, a 104.364, is the driver to beat. No surprise, Xander. He was kind of laying in the weeds a little bit for Thursday and Friday, but when the rubber meets the road, Ryan Norberg's to the top of the leaderboard.
And as well, to add on to that, I think part of that laying back was him running as the leader of the RPG train. He didn't go out to find any toe laps. He was trying to find his own individual pace, and that's where we're seeing right now. No one's got a big toe at all. Here's Ramos going through the green corner. Checkered flag out on the other end of the racetrack for Hayden Jones. No improvement on lap number 3 for Jones or Cicero. They went really high on pressure. They faded pretty quickly on the final few laps. In fact, Cicero pulled off after his second lap. Norberg does not go any better. Jeffers, his third lap is faster, but it's not enough to jump the teammates. Jones and Cicero still second and third. Donovan Bonilla down in fifth. Warren sixth. Diego Ramos improves a little bit on his final lap. Paulie Massimino does as well. They go 7th and 8th. Wes Duchek 9th. Jeremy Fletcher ends in 10th in the 322 for Ryan Perry Motorsport. A note as well for Fletcher, under the weather this weekend. He is really sick at the moment. Was good throughout Thursday and Friday, not too bad. He is fighting flu-like symptoms here, it seems, this weekend. So not an ideal situation when you're running 2 classes and in one of them competing for a championship for Jeremy Fletcher. Impressive run for him, noting that to just go 10th here in X30 Pro qualifying.
Well, hats off to Jeremy Fletcher for hanging in there under those conditions, and it's brutal out there. I think it's like a 12-lap final or free final and maybe a 16-lap final, something like that. That is going to be tough for him today just to hang in there, but you do what you got to do.
Yeah, you can see it. So it's Jeremy Fletcher, again, under the weather, pulls off only 4/10 off of the pole in 10th. Marian Kremers a little bit further back here. He was about a half second off of Fletcher at a 105.2. Big gap to the midfield. Kremers, Justin Ataconis in that second group. That's what we expected. That I thought more from group number 1 were going to get beaten, but ultimately Ataconis' lap hangs on decently. Aiden Fox does as well. Joshua Carr ends 14th. Justin White 15th. McIntyre, Grace Hemmard, Oliver Hodgson in 18th. Cameron Weinberg 19th. Braden Eves, we talked to him. Big problems for the MPG Motorsport Wheel Power Cart down in 25th. But an RPG 1, 2, 3, and 5 for their main drivers here this weekend. Norberg, Jones, Cicero, and Bonilla all inside the top 5. And a great run from Jack Jeffers to 4th on the 333 Speed Concepts Racing CRG. You can see the grid shot. It's getting busy. KA100 Junior coming your way next to kick things off here for pre-finals from Newcastle Motorsports Park.
gmail.com or call us at 8.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park, and X30 Pro qualifying has concluded. Our David Land has caught up with a number of the top qualifiers. So let's go ahead and we'll send it on down trackside. He's caught up with RPG's Nate Cicero, third at the end of the session. David?
All right, Nate, P3, but it was an eventful session for you. Tell me about what happened on lap 1.
Yeah, so my first lap was really, really good. The kart was amazing. I had my teammate leaking water in front of me, even on that first lap, and then I think it affected everyone else behind us. So I only got the one lap, had to come in, but we were extremely quick. So I've been running by myself this whole weekend, so I'm excited for the race. I think we got some good pace.
So how difficult was it actually to cope with those conditions? I know the slick tires usually don't like it to be wet out there.
Yeah, it really started to affect my second lap. Straight into turn 1, the rear just stepped really loose. I was almost in the grass. So yeah, it was pretty slippery for the little bit of each corner that there was a tiny bit of water coming out.
So P3, can you convert that into a W?
Yeah, we're gonna try and stop Ryan sitting over there. We got this.
This is candidate number 1 to break that broom.
Thank you, David. Here's Nate Cicero ready to break it again. We've got a special trophy from Kart Chaser ourselves here for Ryan Norberg if he can do it. He's got 6 main events he's taken so far this year, 2 more to go. If he sweeps the entire season, he gets to keep the broom for a proper sweep. If someone else is able to break through and get a win here on the U.S. Pro Kart Series in X30 Pro today, they get to snap that broom in front of Ryan. So we're going to have some fun with that as the day goes on. In the meantime here, let's go ahead. We'll send it on down trackside again. Hayden Jones has caught up after what was a good lap. It looked like one little bobble maybe on the final circuit. He's ready here with David. P2 for the 316. David?
All right, Hayden, P2 in qualifying. Were you affected by the water just as much as Nate was?
Probably not as much as Nate was, but it definitely affected me on my last lap, so I couldn't, go any faster.
So the big talking point, as we kind of touched on, is the Norberg sweep. Are you going to be the one to break that broom this weekend?
It's definitely getting broken. It's not happening this weekend, We're all working together just to beat Ryan.
That's the story. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, David, here. And with that, the K100 Juniors begin to get going. So we'll see if we can get a quick word with our pole sitter, Ryan Norberg. He's heard the trash talk from his teammates. He knows what's coming here this week. David, let's send it back down to you one more time.
All right. Well, if you look in the dictionary and you professional karter, this guy's photo is next to that definition. P1 here in qualifying. You've been so quick all year long this weekend. What do you got to do to finish first again? And are you thinking about the sweep?
I'm just thinking about trying to get a good finish today and just end off the year pretty well. Weren't really that fast. I think Xander has mentioned it before. Weren't really that quick, all practice and everything. And so to squeak out the pole, yes, a couple things went my way out there. I didn't really get affected too much by the water. A little bit on my last lap, but I already done a good one at that point. So yeah, a couple things went my way. So that was pretty good. But yeah, overall, just trying to keep my head up and just take it one race at a time.
Your teammates are gunning for you. How are you going to keep them behind you?
I don't know. We got to figure that one out as it goes. Obviously, they're in championship, contention as well for the second place. So obviously, we got to watch out for that and make sure everybody, crosses the line in one piece.
He's got the number 1 on his kart for a reason. Ryan Norberg will be looking to keep that later today.
Thanks, David. Here, let's go down trackside. KA Junior, 50 drivers strong, coming to the green flag, and we're underway down to turn number 1. It is a wild start so far, but everybody's made it through the first 2 corners, except for 2 that have spun around at the back of the field. One of the RPG Cosmics and one of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics. Luke Powers leads your field on the short chute over to the bus stop for the first time. They'll fan out 2 and 3 wide, single file for the first 6. And a wild start, 50 go-karts on the racetrack here, Randy, as they head through the bus stop.
I'm amazed we didn't have any more carnage than we did. A spin further back in the field and a couple drivers avoiding the spin, but all in all, everybody got through pretty clean. They're already strung out pretty nice. We do have an announcement. We have another winner of the grill for Mark's Fireplace. The next grill winner is Davis Henry. So Davis Henry, report to the USPKS trailer for your grill. You've won a grill from Mark's Fireplace in the USPKS.
Well, congratulations to Davis Henry here, and congrats to Luke Powers for a solid opening lap. He's been able to maintain the lead, which is crucial here. Fernando Luquez faded back to that 4th position. Christian Cameron, great start. He's right on the bumper into 2nd. Now looking for the lead. Christian Cameron at the end of lap 1 will bring Caleb Gaffera with him. Luke Powers back to third. Cameron, your new leader, down to turn number 2.
Slight 3-car breakaway, although Fernando Luque is trying to close back in that top 3, but it's Cameron, Gaffara, and Powers 1, 2, and 3 as they work their way through the back part of the Newcastle circuit. Christian Cameron, the early leader, his lap going purple, a 1:12.186 for lap number 1. So Christian Cameron, your leader, Caleb Gaffara, Luke Powers, Fernando Luque, and Oliver Weldon, your top 5 as they cross the stripe for lap number 1.
And Gaffaro quickly went back in turn number 5 to get by Christian Cameron for the lead as well. Luke Powers getting passed by Fernando Luque for third. So it's Gaffara back then to Cameron. Little gap between all of them. Caleb Gaffara in that bright purple and pink Cosmic for Rollison Performance Group. Then you have Fernando Luque trying to close back up, having gotten by Luke Powers to the rear bumper of Christian Cameron in that OTK machine. Out of the final corner, they'll head down the front stretch. It'll be 3 laps complete this time by. 9 laps to go. Side by side for second. Cameron's going to get Freight Train. Here comes Luke Powers inside. Looking clear just behind the leader. He'll bring Luque with him, and look at that already. The midfield has caught back up to this leading group of 4. It's about 10 or 11 cars, as you like to say, Randy. You could put a blanket over them.
Caleb G trying to flex his muscles a little bit. He's got about a 4-car length advantage on the rest, but running on his own versus that 4 to 5 car Freight Train behind him, he's going to really have to get up on that wheel because these guys are going to close in and try to make a race out of it. Right now, Caleb G, a little bit of breathing room, but not a lot. Caleb Gaffaro on the 804 leading the way, but it's Christian Cameron, Luke Powers, Fernando Luque, and Oliver Weldon, your top 5. Through the top 10, Elio Miza, Eli Warren, Max Taylor, Max Garcia, and Ernesto Rivera. That's your top 10 running order early in this KA100 Junior pre-final, but they're all chasing the 804 of Caleb Gaffaro.
And it will shuffle once again, shuffled a couple times that lap already, the top 10. Top 3 have gotten away just a little bit, coming down the front straightaway. Here's a look. Gaffara, Powers, Luque, 1, 2, 3. Powers going to look for the lead. Turn 1. He's got it. Luke Powers back to the point, and the pole sitter reclaims the top spot. Luque back to second. Gaffara drops to third, and they've got about 7/10 back to fourth in Elio Meza, who's climbed up 3 spots already from his starting position. Christian Cameron trails him, and your leaders through the horseshoe, Luke Powers. So many laps around Newcastle Motorsports Park over the years and developing in the last couple seasons to really get up to the top level in this sport. And really, what a great performance he's putting together right now at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. 50 drivers strong. He leads the way at a great run here at the Stars Championship Series earlier this year and the Route 66 Sprint Series when they come to Newcastle Motorsports Park. He and Eli Warren have been stellar in the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speeds. Behind him, the Super Tune USA Tony Kart Fernando Luque second. We got problems further back. I believe that is the 882 of Lillian Scarborough in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic that has gone off the racetrack.
Down the long pond straight one more time. It's Powers, Luque, and Gaffara. And now Luque to the inside makes the pass in turn 1, takes over the top spot over Luke Powers and Caleb Gaffara. They've checked out a little bit on 4th spot, Elio Meza, as the Fernando Luque 875, the new leader.
Yeah, Fernando Luque leads the very first lap he's led so far today. Powers second, Gaffara third, as you mentioned. Meza's closing up a little bit. Every pass they make brings that group back closer to the front few drivers. So great news here for Elio Meza and company. The more they fight for the lead, the more they can eat into that gap. From Meza back to Christian Cameron, it's actually a couple tenths of a second as well. I think Cameron may come under fire if he can't get rolling here soon. Behind Christian Cameron, you'll find Eli Warren, teammate to Luke Powers. You'll find Oliver Weldon, the JC Karting Team Hot Wheels Racing Lando Norris card in 7th. Max Garcia's up 4 spots, has been aggressively trying to get a little bit higher and claw his way up the order. Hasn't done so yet, though, on the MPG Motorsports Will Power card.
And Xander, I don't get it. This top 3 had a little bit of a breakaway, but they're not exercising any patience. They're racing each other, and now what do you have, a 14-kart lead draft?
Yeah, and again, at least that time no pass, but the damage has already been done. Meza has now joined the grouping. They have an opportunity once again with the gap back to Christian Cameron here and Eli Warren. As you can see, they are on the verge of losing the draft of the top 4. If the top 4 stayed single file, this group would have no chance at fighting for the win. But if you add 1-2 more passes here, Randy, all of a sudden this group 5th, 6th, and 7th will get there as we see Eli Warren make the pass on Christian Cameron. He'll get through into the top 5.
Clearly the cream of the crop is that top 4. But as you said, if they keep racing each other, it's going to hurt them. And we'll see if they can exercise some patience now. We got a lot of race left here. And if these top 3 keep going back and forth, it's going to be more than just them that decides who's going to win this thing when all is said and done.
There we go. We just saw another pass in the middle of that grouping as Luke Powers gets shuffled all the way to the end of the pack. Elio Meza up into 3rd. Gafera up into 2nd. So that's a couple passes made that'll help Eli Warren. What'll hurt him is they're passing behind him, but here we are. Gafera back to the lead into turn number 1 with help from Elio Meza. This race just at the halfway marker and really just getting started.
Max Garcia in the 8:59, up 4 spots from his starting position. Cooper Auclair in the 8:42 in the top 10 now, up 5 spots from his starting position. 2 drivers, Xander, that are on the move and may have a lot to say before this one's over.
We'll see what they say as Elio Meza now is in the driver's seat for the first time. And so far this pre-final, he's clawed his way up to 2nd, 5 spots gained. And now he can kind of go by Caleb Gafera whenever he wants to, almost wherever he wants to as well. He is all over the RPG Cosmic driver as they head towards the infield scoreboard hairpin. Gafera, Meza, Luque, Powers, and you can count Eli Warren just about into that group as the shot gets a little wider as we got problems further back. The 834, one of the RPM Tony karts has a problem and is out on the side. That is Shea Aldrich down in 39th. So a rough day getting worse for Shea Aldrich as the leaders head down to turn 1. Gafera puts another lap in the books.
Fast lap of the race, Ernesto Rivera, a 108.687. Ernesto running in 9th, but he cuts a really fast lap right there. Gafara leading, but only 5/100ths of a second separation back to Helio Meza. Fernando Luque, Luke Powers, and Oliver Weldon. That's your top 5. But the race is with those top 3 as they've checked out a couple of tenths over 4th spot. Gafara, Meza, and Luque vying for the win. And as you said, Xander, starting in 7th, Elio Meza up to 2nd, and he is poised to win this thing. He's going to have to battle Caleb Gafara as Gafara has led most of the way, but Meza is right on his rear deck lid, as is Fernando Luque.
Yeah, they are right there. This race could go any number of ways here with 3 laps to go at the line. Lots of opportunity coming down to the wire here. And again, just as we've talked about all day long, as important as it is to try and win each session, get maximum points, get the highest starting position you can for the main, we're talking 50 karts here. There's still about 40 running, Randy. One bad move right now pops the chain off, crashes out, goes wide, or gets a penalty, and you are in a big-time hole to start the main event. So you got to proceed with caution, knowing this is just a one shot to get the grid a little bit better. It's Garcia getting by on one of the RPG Cosmics. I believe Ernesto Rivera drops back to 7th. Christian Cameron moves up to 5th. So Max Garcia up to 6th. He'll take another spot away, or actually up to 7th, sorry. Cameron up a spot. Rivera, no, he crossed the line back in 9th, so he stays in 9th. Was battling with them, didn't get any spots gained. So 9th, 8th, and 7th on your screen. They are a ways back from the next group. It's the top 6 loosely together going back to the edge with Eli Warren and Oliver Weldon.
And let's give a call to cart number 881, Chris Aiken. He's advanced 11 spots and is on the move. We'll get into the top 20. He started 32nd. So Aiken on the move, trying to get himself in a position where he can advance further up in the final. But a great run right now by Chris Aiken, back in the 21st spot, advancing 11 spots. But back to the point, as the 2 to go sign comes out by our flagman, it's still Caleb Gafara, Elio Meza, and Fernando Luque. A half a second back, Luke Powers in the 854, followed by Oliver Weldon rounding out your top 5.
Elio Meza showing a lot of patience right now. He's just kind of been waiting, hasn't felt the need to lead the race here. He might feel more comfortable starting this final lap in 2nd and starting at least the run down to the checkered flag in 2nd than in the lead, but we'll see what he does. He takes another look there into the cell tower, doesn't make the pass, stays behind. Fernando Luque still riding there in third, and the more that the drivers third and fourth on back wait to get up to Mesa or to pass for second of the lead, the lower their odds go of winning the race, because you really need the kind of seas to part, per se, Randy, to win this race on the final couple corners from third, fourth, or fifth. You need the two leaders to get into it. You can't make the double pass. So you've got to get up to the top two spots before the final lap comes around. And we're seeing one driver do that. That was Oliver Weldon. He gets by on Luke Powers for fourth, but it's still a little ways back, and Powers is going to fight back on him there. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Gaffera blocks the inside, and Powers retakes fourth, goes wide. Weldon takes the spot, and so does Eli Warren. He'll get fifth.
And that gap now is opened back up as the drivers, as you said, fourth, fifth, and sixth, they start racing. What happens? They lose that lead draft. It's down to a three-car battle between Gaffara, Mesa, and Luque for the win. Gaffara hanging on, but you got to believe Mesa's got something up his sleeve for this last lap.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Luque was able to get the best of him in the early part of this lap. So he's up to second and now can go and be aggressive with Gaffera. These two have been racing against each other this year. They haven't had the best of runs, I would say. So let's see how cleanly this battle goes through. Luque out of the green corner, a kart length back from Gaffera. A little bit too far back to really add some pressure. He's going to need a really good exit out of the scoreboard hairpin here to try and run to the line.
Down the I-70 straight, Gaffara goes low, trying to make that kart as wide as he can. Swinging wide is Luque. He'll try to do the over and under. And Gaffara still up on top, it looks like, as they head our direction. It looks like it's going to be, well, we're 2-3 wide coming across the line. But I believe we've got Gaffara hanging on. Elio Mesa, Fernando Luque, Oliver Weldon, and Eli Warren, your top five, but 5/100ths of a second gap. Caleb Gaffara, your winner as they cross the line. Great battle out there the entire race, but starting on the pole for the final will be the 804 of Caleb Gaffara.
Fernando Luque able to get close there at the end, just comes up a little bit short, but he swung for the fences with that around the outside move. He tried on it. Not a lot of guys have made that stick in the I-70 corner. Almost had it done. Ultimately, not enough to complete it. So beyond them, again, you go down Warren, Powers, Rivera, Cameron, Garcia, Auclair, your top 10. We'll be back after this. Timmy Tech, K100 Jr., Wrapped, and Caleb Gaffara, our first pre-final winner on the day.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
The track now for their pre-final is Micro Swift. Starting on the pole will be the 75 Marco Sammet. The 66 of Alexander Procuna will start second. In row 2, it's Ashton Woon and Rocco Simone. Row 3, Jackson Gibson and Royce Vega. Row 4, Nicholas Orbezo and Jacob Medeski. Row 5, it's Aston Wyatt and Parker Ives. Row 6, Drew Waltz and Kai Mars. Row 7, Antonio Pizzognato and Pasha Ali. In row 8, Liam Nakavity and Greg Hammond. In row 9, Asher Ferris and Luke Gillio. In row 10, it's Chris Yutzi and Tanner Barsh. Row 11, A.J. Stoner and Lincoln Davis. Row 12, Cameron Marcia and Austin Taylor. And rounding out the field in row 13, Colton Schneigenberg and Emerson Lane. Your starting lineup for Micro Swift pre-final. And we've got a green into turn 1, and it's the 75, Marco Samet, pole sitter with the early lead. We're 3 wide through turn 1. And Alexander Procuna, I believe, runs in second. 2-cart breakaway slightly out there for the 2. But a good clean start for everybody. I see one driver off actually in turn 2, and he's walking behind the barriers so he can get in a safe area. But Marco Samet led the way on the start.
So Marco Samet taking them out of the cell tower hairpin. Little pass made there. Ashton Woon getting up into third as Royce Vega loses a position. And Alex Procuna all kind of loosely spread apart here, about a cart length or 2. Not as tightly packed as that KA Junior opening lap. That was pretty gnarly. This group a little bit more tame headed into the scoreboard hairpin. And at least they're all together, though. Everybody looks like they've mostly made it through the opening lap thus far in Micro Swift, presented by Team Ferris Racing. Up the hill to the I-70 corner. It'll be 9 laps to go. 1 lap complete this time by for Marco Samet in the BJR MDR Lando Norris kart. Alexander Procuna, big run coming behind him. What does he do with it? Gets to the bumper, gonna push him. Ashton Woon was ready to go. He decided to tuck back in line, thought better of it, and Marco Samet will lead lap number 1.
4-cart breakaway for Marco Samet, Alexander Procuna, Ashton Woon, and Royce Vega through the top 10 early. Rocco Simone runs 5th. Nicholas Orbezo, Jackson Gibson, Aston Wyatt, Jacob Medeski, and Kai Mars. That's your top 10 running order. They're all chasing pole sitter Marco Samet in the 75 as they work their way through the back part of the course. We've got about a 5-cart breakaway right now with Samet still your leader. A little bit of a gap to second, Alexander Procuna. But Marco Samet in the 75 leads the way. We've got some early movers here. Tanner Barsh in the number 51 has moved up 3 spots. Cameron Marcia in the 14 already up 5 spots. Emerson Lane starting in 26 is already into the top 20 in 19th. So some of the quick movers out there in Micro Swift. But right now, Samet, Procuna, and Ashton Woon, the top 3, and that's where they started as they're around I-70 corner now and head back towards the Long Pond Straight for lap number 2. A 3-cart breakaway. Samet still leading the way. And now we've got a 2-wide draft. And Samet goes from 1st to 3rd just like that. As the 89 of Ashton Woon is your new leader. Royce Vega 2nd. Alexander Procuna 3rd. Those 3 battling it out. And it may give a chance for Marco Samet, Rocco Simone to catch back up. Samet now back to 4th as he's dropped 3 spots now from his 4 spots actually from his lead earlier in the race. So Ashton Woon, your leader in the 89, Royce Vega, Alexander Procuna, Marco Samet, and Rocco Simone. That's your top 5. And we've got about 6 carts that have kind of broken away from the rest of the field right now. 3-cart breakaway in the front, then 2 more in tow, about 10 cart lengths back. Still, they're chasing Ashton Woon in the 89 as they head around the scoreboard corner and now back up I-70 straight. It's Woon, Vega, and Procuna, 1, 2, and 3. Then a little ways back, Samet and Simone trying to close back in on that lead group as they round I-70 corner and head back the Long Pond Straight for lap number 3. Let's see if they're going to exercise any patience. Xander, I kind of doubt it. These 3 have been going at it constantly, and they have really been charging forward, but they stay in line now. So we're looking good so far as we enter lap number 3.
Yes, so far, single file through 1, 2, and 3 as they head over to turn number 4. We'll watch Ashton Woon come up the hill here towards turn number 5. We'll also go side by side as we've got Elio Meza. We've caught up with him. Caleb Smocks talked to one of our top finishers here in KA Junior. Let's send it on down to the grid. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. I'm down here on the grid, Elio Meza. Now, I was talking to you before we started the interview. You finished second. You said you're happy with that. We had a little bit more strategy to play. Tell us those last couple laps what you were hoping to happen.
Yeah, so going down the last few laps, I didn't really going with white flag second. Going into the last lap, I wanted to finish P3. My goal was to finish P3. Finish mine second. I didn't fight them too hard, but then going into the last corner, they had a little bit of contact, and fortunately everyone was good. But coming onto the straightaway, I finished P2.
Now tell us, why do you want to start in P3? Do you want that inside line? Is that going to make that much of a difference on the start and the feature?
Yeah. So here, that if you go on the outside a little bit, it's pretty dirty on the outside. So the inside line's way better.
We're going to continue to watch that as it continues to go. We're send it back to the booth with you, Xander, but that is your P2, Elio Meza, going to start on the front row in the feature this afternoon.
Thank you, Caleb. Elio Meza, again, like you said, interesting to hear that, Randy. Not even, wanting to go for the win with Caleb or risk the win. He was trying to go for the safe bet to end third, second on the inside lane to start the main event. That's again, kind of big picture thinking that maybe not everyone would consider him in that spot because we watched him wait. He never went to the lead. He just kind of rode in second until Luke Hay got by him in KA Junior.
That all sounds good on paper, but it doesn't always work out the way you plan. And if you sometimes try to hold back to get that inside row position, you lose a couple more, and the next thing you know, you defeated the purpose. But I get it. He doesn't want to get shuffled to the outside on the start and lose 3 or 4 positions, but it's hard to really manufacture your finishing position, so to speak, unless you're charging to the front. 4 laps in the books. Royce Vega is your new leader in the 33, followed by Ashton Woon, Alexander Pecunia, Marco Salmon, and Rocco Simone. Let's go through the field and look at some of the big movers out here. We've got Emerson Lane moving up 4 spots in the number 50. Cameron Marcia has moved up 6 spots from 23rd starting position all the way to 17th. Tanner Barsh up 4 spots to the 16th position. Luke Gillio up 4 spots to the 14th position. Kai Mars on the move in the top 10 now. He's moved up 3 spots. Aston Wyatt starting in 9th is up to 6th. And of course, Royce Vega, the big story, as Royce leads the way. He started 6th. He's your leader. He's got a slight lead over Ashton Woon, Marco Sammet, and Rocco Simone and Alexander Pecunia as we've reached, I believe, the halfway mark in this Micro Swift. 5 in, 5 laps to go. They're chasing Royce Vega in the 33. 3-cart breakaway over the rest of the field, although Rocco Simone has closed back in a little bit, making it a 4-cart battle. Alexander Pecunia trying to hang on by his fingertips, clinging to that draft, but it's not as easy as it sounds. He does close in a little bit on Simone and could be back in the battle, especially if the 2 in front of him start racing, but Vega and Woon trying to stretch it out.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do so. At the moment here, watching this big group come out of the final corner, the stretching out is only a cart length back to Simone. So Rocco Simone, they're third, under fire a little bit as Marco Sammet takes a look, takes a peek down the inside, doesn't do it. Simone gets such a big run at the end of the straightaway. He'll close all the way up to Ashton Woon. Actually going to fight him in turn 3. What a move there by Rocco Simone. Ashton Woon drops into third. A great pass in turn 3 for Rocco, and he picks up a position out of it.
What a gap from the top 5 back to 6th. 3-second gap over Aston Wyatt running in 6th. Even though Wyatt has been pretty quick, he's advanced 3 spots. They have lost that lead group. So Royce Vega still leading the way. His fast lap of 1:13.894. The second place card of Ashton Woon right on the rear bumper of Vega. His fast lap, or his last lap, of 1:13.944. Fast lap of the race, Rocco Simone at 1:13.586. Rocco's in third, but Royce Vega hanging on. 4 laps to go this time by. And that lead group rounding I-70 corner, heading down the Long Pond Straight. A little bit of a breakaway by those top 4. Let's see if they exercise some patience. Xander, of course not. We're going too wide into turn 1.
Here we go. Ashton Woon side by side. No, not going to pull it off there. Rocco Simone able to stay in the draft of Royce Vega on the outside, keep himself clear. So you can see that the antsiness, as you said, Randy, there, we'll see if we see patience. Not the case right now. Ashton Woon wants to lead and at least get back ahead of Rocco Simone. Ashton Woon comes into this weekend about 200 points up in the championship. He's got a healthy gap over the field in the Micro Swift point standings, so he doesn't need to go out and win every session. Does he want to? Well, probably.
There's a fine line between wanting to win a race and wanting to win the championship, and your adrenaline starts flowing, that spirit of competition. You want to get out there and do your best, but at the same time, he's got to think big picture. I can win this championship. I got to have solid finishes. What I can't do is get a DNF.
Yeah, let's see as they go into the scoreboard hairpin here this time. Ashton Woon will exit the corner, head up the I-70 hairpin. Finally was able to get that pass under the green corner on Simone. All the while, Royce Vega in La La Land, it seems like out front. He's just waiting on them to finish battling for them to come up and challenge him because he knows that he's not out of the woods just yet. Only about 3 car lengths away. 2 laps to go. If they hook up, they'll get there. Simone just can't seem to find any help. Marco Sametz looked a couple times as well to try and get by the 95. So he's been happy to push people. No one seems to want to push him.
Ashton Woon hanging on in second. Luke Gillio goes purple with a 1:13.537. He's back in 12th, but he's advanced 6 positions. Cameron Marcia now up 7 spots from his starting spot. And of course,
pass for the lead. Ashton Woon on Royce Vega there. Vega started blocking and then opened the door in the very next corner. And they're all starting to go at it here, Randy. Sorry to interrupt you on that one.
No, it's getting good, and we thought it would right here at the end. And Ashton Woon has got to just take it easy.
Ooh.
But look at this. We're too wide. Gone through
the green corner
there.
It's like,
green corner, yeah.
Yeah, my goodness. Royce Vega gets on the inside. So Vega on the Bennick leads them. They're 5 deep now. More drivers could join in before it's over if they keep. They're low lining every single corner, even some of the faster ones. So look at Vega all the way to the inside of the racetrack. Simone follows. He opens up late. Woon gets into him as he tries to go low, and they both get tripped up. That'll give a little gap to the 33 down the front stretch. White flag this time.
Alex Percunia joining the party. He had been shuffled back a little bit, but he's in that lead draft now. But Vega, with about a 2-car length advantage, they've got to catch up to him. We're too wide through turn 2.
Ooh.
As Samet tries to get around Simone. Can't quite do it. He backs off, but racing too wide, second and third. That just helps Royce Vega.
And Ashton Woon got popped a little bit off into the grass there as they were all trying to find a place in line. He shook the wheel there to try and clean the tires off, but he lost some ground for sure. The middle group there is closing in on the leaders as they continue to fight. Vega to the bottom. Here's Simone. Crossover move, looking for it. Not going to get it. Good bit of defending from Vega. Up the hill and over into the fast flat-out kink. He'll block the bottom, go low this time to make sure he holds it in the green corner as Samet gives a little shot to Simone. Here we go to the scoreboard for the last time.
Down through the scoreboard corner. Royce Vega trying to hang on. They head up towards I-70, and they're in line right now, but you know it's going to get real exciting as they go through I-70 corner. Vega goes low, makes that cart as wide as he possibly can, rounds I-70, and as they come up I-70 now around the corner and down the Long Pond straight, they're too wide behind him. Vega goes low, trying to protect, but we're 4 wide across the line, 5 wide. Who's it going to be? It's Royce Vega. No, yes, Royce Vega for the win. He hangs on.
Yeah, Rocco Simone found a hole on the inside through the corner, got cleared to the lead for a second, and Vega, slingshot engaged, got right behind Simone, pulled back to the outside, and like you said, they fanned out, Randy. What a great shot it was coming across the line, 4 abreast for the lead in the win, and wow. Marco Samet in second, Woon third, Simone goes all the way back to 4th at the checkered. Jackson Gibson joins the pack at the end. So does Nico Orbezo and Aston Wyatt. They all get by Alex Procuna. Parker Ives and Kai Mars even started to close in there. So that was a group of 8 tenths for the top 9. 7 tenths, sorry, at the checkered. What a wild finish in TFR Micro Swift.
Incredible finish. And that's, let me tell you something. Newcastle's a wide racetrack. They used every bit of it on that finish coming down to the line. But the best part is they raced each other clean. They gave each other just enough racing room, not too much, but just enough. Great finish. Royce Vega held on. He fought him off almost the entire race and come up with the win.
Well, it's from one class to the next here. Micro Swift, presented by Team Ferris Racing, is wrapped up. Now it is time for the first of 2 KA100 Senior Heat races presented by Mike Doty Racing. We'll be right back after the break.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet. February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there. Welcome back here to Newcastle. It is time for KA100 Senior, presented by Mike Doty Racing. You're listening and watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Heartland Grand Prix. My name's Xander Clemens. Alongside me in the booth here, Randy Kugler. And let's take you through the starting lineup for the first of the two pre-finals here in MDRK Senior. For the first two rows, it'll be Alex Stanfield and Jeremy Fletcher, two of the championship contenders, making up row number one, and rookie Christian Miles alongside fellow senior rookie Chase Hand in the 927 for RPG.
Row 3 is Aiden Levy in the 990 and Mick Gabriel in the 970. Row 4, G is Cicero in the 943 and Finnegan Bailiff in the 949.
Going to the edge of the top 10 will be G3R Gyros and then Laney Benjamin. That's your top 10. Here's your field of 30. Let's go racing, boys and girls. We're underway down to turn number one. Fletcher gets run a little bit wide. They'll all make it to two. He drops in line to third as they rocket through the 90s. Gets ahead of Chase Hand Good start for Christian Miles, and his debut senior race has him up to second on the opening lap to turn number 5, chasing Alex Stanfield in the GWR Tony Kart.
Good clean start by everybody. No attrition, it looks like so far. We're about a half a lap through lap number 1 on our first KA100 senior pre-final. There are 2 pre-finals, although as you said earlier, Xander, we're going to start a gaggle in the final. All 60 are going to start row by row by row, 30 deep. But right now we got 30 on the track for our first pre-final. Alex Stanfield leading the way. A little bit of a breakaway, 4 karts behind him there for that top 5 position as they round I-70. We'll give you a rundown as they come by I-70 and down the Long Pond Straight. Looking at the leader, believe that to be Alex Stanfield in the 906.
Indeed, Stanfield's led the opening lap comfortably. Christian Miles trailing there in second, Fletcher in third. Remember, Alex Stanfield on one of the bigger qualifying margins we saw and did it by himself, while Miles, Fletcher, and the field are trying to close the gap to the 906 driver. Here's Miles, big run, turn 5. He'll push him into the corner, won't really pressure too much, and they've fought a little bit behind the top 5. It's allowed some separation, so behind Jeremy Fletcher, it's Chase Hand. Then it's Aiden Levy, as there goes Miles, rookie, taking it to the K100 Senior Championship contenders, and the LNBJR MDR kart to the lead here in Newcastle.
Talk about moving 1 lap in the books, and Adam Kreppen in the 973 has advanced 8 positions already. So Adam Kreppen, a driver on the move.
Yeah, we caught Adam Kreppen. He had a mechanical failure in his qualifying session. Has turned 0 laps so far today. The benefit of these split pre-finals, those 8 spots is actually 16 spots gained for the starting grid for the main. As we see up front, more positions gained for Jeremy Fletcher. With the story of the weekend has been Fletcher being under the weather, trying to get through 2 full classes of racing and fighting for a championship. He's got to fight a little hard as Stanfield muscles his way by, with Christian Miles retaking the lead down at turn number 1.
Christian Miles, Alex Stanfield, and Jeremy Fletcher, the top 3, but a big battle out there in that top group. And again, it's, you know, the adrenaline's flowing so much, you can't just, nothing's going to be perfect. But I always get fascinated by these guys racing so hard in these pre-finals, when just a little bobble here or there, and it can cause them the day. They can lose the whole day if they get knocked out. But that doesn't stop them, man. These guys have been racing hard. What a race we saw in the last one with the Micro Swift. And now with Jeremy Fletcher, Christian Miles, and Alex Stanfield going at it. In this one, we got a 2-car breakaway now with, I believe, Stanfield and Miles. So we'll see how this one goes down. They head to I-70.
Yeah, and again, talking about that, you know, aggression, that's no doubt kind of a new age of karting over the last 2 or 3 decades, where we've seen more and more aggression. I remember talking to one good friend of mine who'd been around. He said, yeah, back in the day, we never blocked. We just drove our line, and if you got past, you just kind of got past. So the level of defensive driving, the level of aggression early in these races is something that's the norm to us week to week in this current state, but definitely not always needed. Aiden Levy, a pass there on Jeremy Fletcher's taken over third. It's also given a little bit of a gap to Alex Stanfield and Christian Miles. And now Fletcher's realized that. He'll retake third, put Levy back to fourth.
Mick Gabriel goes purple with a 108.166 back in 6th position. He's on the move and getting back and just running a check on Adam Kreppen. 9 spots advanced now in 2 laps. So he's got a good run going, as does Josh Hotz. Josh Hotz up to the top 10. He started in 15th. He's now running in 9th. They're all chasing the 983 of Christian Miles.
So with all the passing there for third and then for fourth, Chase Hand and Mick Gabriel trying to go by Levy. Levy eventually fended off Gabriel, but they've lost touch with the top 2 of Christian Miles and Alex Stanfield. Stanfield happy to push Christian Miles for the moment. This time by 4 down, 8 to go here in KA100 Senior. Looking further back down the grid, look at this. Aiden Rudolph leading the pack, about to not lead it anymore, headed all the way down into the first corner.
No reason right now for Stanfield to do anything but help Christian Miles gap the rest of the field, and they're doing just that. Over 2 seconds now, gap between first and second, and the third place Jeremy Fletcher. So a good run out there by Christian Miles, Alex Stanfield, as they're putting in, actually so far today, the biggest gap we've seen in any of these pre-finals.
Yeah, so far here, as this is the fight we're watching. Outside edge of the top 10. Rudolph just getting a big dive sent on him by Gia Cicero. That's for 9th. And Logan Mueller's in that group. Brooke Nachtman's in the mix as well. G3R Gyros altogether. Sorry, not Nachtman. She's actually, I believe, in the has had an issue. The 930 has had a problem. She was starting in the mid-teens. I mixed her up with her teammate in G3R Gyros under the Speed Concepts Racing CRG banner. But Nachtman, the only one with a DNF here. Unfortunate start to her weekend. She'll start 59th at the way things are for the main event later today with Christian Miles right now looking to be the Pied Piper for the main.
Starting 59th. There's no way to make that sound good.
No, not at all. That's rough any way you slice it. So she's got some work to be done as the leaders head towards turn number 5. Miles and Stanfield last time by to give you an update with all the battling going on behind them, especially with Jeremy Fletcher getting shuffled from 3rd back to 6th. They put over a second extra on the field, 2.4 seconds back. Chase Hand now up the order. Fletcher back by Mick Gabriel at least, so he's back into the top 5. Levy in 4th, and again, 3rd on the racetrack, Chase Hand in the 927.
983 Christian Miles is officially the fastest car on the racetrack with some help from Alex Stanfield as those two continue to break away. Now over 2.5 second separation to 3rd. Christian Miles with a lap of 107.939. He went purple the last lap, quick lap of the race. Stanfield, Chase Hand, Aiden Levy, and Mick Gabriel, your top 5. Josh Hotz up to 8th. He's advanced 7 positions. Nick Terlicke starting in 17th up to 11th. And Adam Kreppen up to 19th. He's moved up 11 spots, so he's on the move as well. But Christian Miles leads the way. We're 6 laps in, halfway home. It's Miles, Stanfield, Hand, Levy, and Gabriel, your top 5 running order in our first pre-final for KA100 Senior, brought to you through
Mike Doty Racing there.
Way to save me. Way to save me there, Xander. Yeah.
Anything to help you out. Hey, watching this group here, this mid-pack battle, this is 9th, 10th, and 11th on the screen. Gia Cicero, Gavin Griffin, Nick Terlecki, and then we go further back, and they're still throwing haymakers. Logan Mueller, G3R Gyros, just ahead of one of the Merlin entries. That's Cheyenne Sagal. And here is Terlecki at the end of the group, 9th, 10th, 11th. Still side by side. Mueller trying to fend off Sagal down the inside. He'll get through. Brings as well some company in the form of Laney Benjamin. And Mueller back on Benjamin side by side. All this midfield fighting here in the teens. And it's allowing the likes of Adam Kreppen to get closer. Kreppen in that big green suit on your screen. Got the black front bumper. He's got another spot into the I-70 corner. Coming down to turn number 1. Adam Kreppen so far, 12 spots gained up to 18th as the leaders fight again. Look at this. Levy in turn 4. You don't normally pass there. He's got by on Fletcher. Gabriel into 5th. Hand in 6th. They're going at it, and it's going to allow that next group with Finnegan Bailiff and Josh Holtz to get there.
And that's truly the battle on the racetrack right now as those top 2 continue. They're almost 4 seconds now on the rest of the field. Christian Miles just turned fast lap of the race, a 107.839. They're really not that much faster than that second group, but they're not racing each other. They're exercising patience. They're running in line. That's the fastest way around this racetrack. That second group, they're battling like crazy, which is fun to watch. And I think they realize now, look, we're battling for 3rd. We're not battling for 1st and 2nd. Those guys are gone.
Yeah, they are long gone. 3.8 seconds and counting. It'll probably be about 4.5 after this lap with still 4 more laps to go. 8 laps completed thus far, and they're running lap times. The top 2 are, again, another second added to the grouping here. As we've got problems further back in the field, that is Nikolay Dukov in the Trinity Karting Group. Kart Republic has gone off the racetrack over in the Horseshoe. He's pulled it straight to the scale line. He is done for the pre-final. Put another DNF on the books to join Brooke Nachtman and Kingston Himes, unfortunately, down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Levy 3rd, Fletcher 4th, Gabriel 5th. Single file through the cell tower hairpin here. Aiden Levy's been on the cusp, it seems like, of getting that pace to run with the leaders this year. He's been kind of in that second lead group, a 5th to 10th or 3rd to 10th type guy. And when you think about it here, 3rd in this heat race looks really good, but it's out of 60, so that's 5th to 6th overall. Just that second pack needs a little more pace to be at the likes of Alex Stanfield. And maybe he's got it if they don't battle as much and they can hang with the 906. But the Stanfield and Miles duo, they were pulling away even before all of this started going down as Fletcher goes by.
And they were. I think they're not quite as dominant as it appears on the racetrack, but obviously you do the math on timing and scoring. They're definitely quicker. They're about 0.2 quicker than that second group. Hats off to Josh Hotz and Nick Turlicke. They've worked their way into the top 10 from a not so good starting position. They've advanced 7 and 8 positions respectfully. They're going to have a decent starting spot for the final if they stay clean. Christian Miles and Alex Stanfield, it's up to them now to finish this out as they're almost 6 seconds ahead of Jeremy Fletcher running in third.
Yeah, they got plenty of time to decide how they want to finish this one up. 2 to go this time by for Christian Miles and Alex Stanfield. And Christian Miles, man, what a debut. You know, we've seen many drivers come up into the senior classes and perform on their first season. But to perform in their opening race, only a select few have really done that. And even though it's the 100cc class where he's going mainly against the top senior rookies and some old veterans that aren't as active anymore, it's still a very competitive grouping he's having to beat right now. And the former Alex Stanfield, Jeremy Fletcher, I'd put them up against some of the best in the X30 Pro class as well. So very impressive for Christian Miles. And I think a weekend well worth it of jumping out of that X30 Pro Junior Championship to go up to K100 Senior. Moving up the order for sure. Fletcher still third now, having gone by Levy. Gabriel fourth, Levy fifth, Hand in sixth. Finnegan, Bailiff, and Josh Oates, they've arrived 7th and 8th, closing up there 6th through 3rd. So they've got the opportunity to maybe get as high as P3 to start the P3 in the finishing results. That would put them P5 to start the main as Gabriel goes by on Fletcher. Levy's going to push him wide. Look at Fletcher bounce it through the grass. Big time loss for the RPM Tony Kart.
Dust kicking up as we're getting racy back there in that second group, vying for starting positions for the final. Back to the lead group, the Christian Miles and Alex Stanfield. White flag coming out next time. Where's he going to make the move, Xander? What do you think is the best spot? He can't do it too early or Miles will get him back.
He can't do it too early, but he's got no one to worry about out back. He can go as wide as he wants to, does not have to follow, as we see there. Bailiff and Josh Oates going by. Now Oates going by on Bailiff. Moves him out the racetrack a little bit in the final corner. Jeremy Fletcher following. Here's the fight for third down to turn number 1 with Gabriel, Levy, Hand, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The leaders headed over to turn 5. Christian Miles, Alex Stanfield, single file so far into the horseshoe. Here comes Stanfield through to the lead. Turn 5, wanted to go early, pulled the trigger, he's done it. Alex Stanfield back to the lead.
Did he pull it too early? We still got a half a lap to go. Now Christian Miles getting some on-the-job experience, Xander, in this senior class, and he has passed the test so far. Let's see what he's got left as they head towards scoreboard here very shortly. We're too wide. Headed down to scoreboard corner through the right-hander. Bring us home, Xander.
Alex Stanfield got back clear, covered the bottom side off. Christian Miles trying to get the right run, trying to time that gap up to the I-70 hairpin. Stanfield goes low, covers the middle. Miles, crossover attempted, not enough momentum. He'll be on the bumper, though. Needs a lot of horsepower to pull this move off. Late, down the straightaway, down the stretch, to the line. He's got it. Christian Miles, slingshot engage. He's pulled off that last 1,000-foot stretch pass for the win. And the rookie continues a stellar debut weekend. Christian Miles will lead a 60-driver KA Senior Field of the Green later this afternoon by winning the odd pre-final. Alex Stanfield, a thumbs up across the line. He ends third. Obviously, the gearing, the big difference there. Stanfield might have had a little more bottom-end gear trying to be better to run on his own. Miles with a little longer gear to run the distance at the end of the straightaway for situations exactly like that, Randy. When you're having that last couple mile an hour at the top of the rev range, you don't want to max out your power band too early. You want to give yourself room to go in the draft so you could pull those draft and pass moves at the line like Christian Miles just did.
Oh, both those drivers are in a great position for the final, but what a finish, Xander. Through the top 10 and some great racing through the field. Mick Gabriel will finish 3rd, Chase Hand 4th, Josh Hotz 5th, Aiden Levy 6th, Jeremy Fletcher 7th, Finnegan Bailiff 8th, Nick Turlicke advancing 8 spots up to 9th position, and Gavin Griffin finishing in 10th. That'll be the inside 10 rows for the final. K100 Senior B pre-final, so to speak, is coming out next for the outside row But boy, what a finish. And that's the kind of racing you get here at Newcastle. Just so many opportunities. You know, we kind of said it when he made the pass early. Did he make it too soon? He kind of did, but there was no way he could make that cart wide enough coming down Long Pond Straight.
No, it wouldn't have mattered. His only shot would have been to try and flip the rolls there and be the driver starting Long Pond Straight to get the run to go forward. The only thing there that I maybe was his reason for going in earlier is he already knew that he didn't have as much top speed on the gear differences between himself and Christian Miles, that he had to go in the lower speed and then hopefully build something of a gap or back him up as much as he could. Ultimately, again, just not able to pull it off. You look at the movers we've talked about in that one. Kreppen ends up in 20th before penalties are assessed. 10 spots gained for Adam Kreppen, so that would put him 39th on the grid for the main. 9 spots gained for Trevor Watson in the 931 OTK, the red speed out of Marysville, Ohio, to 17th. So a few big movers. Now let's go over here to KA100 Senior Group B, the even pre-final. Logan Adams, it will make up the inside of row number 1, leading them to the green alongside Adrian Cruz in the Cruz Racing Development OTK, with John Burke on the Super Tune USA Tony Kart to the inside of row 2, and Race Factory USA MPG Motorsports driver Race Liberante starting P4.
Row number 3, it's Brandon Lemke in the 901 and Connor Ferris in the 902. Gavin Bailiff and Adam Maxwell make up row number 4.
Local hotshot Matthew Mockabee returns to the seat out of Dayton, Ohio in the 966 alongside Emerson Reed in the 989 Merlin. Then we go back to find veteran TJ Coyen rolling off in P11 to the inside of one of the many senior rookies here this weekend, Drew James, the 929 out of North Carolina.
Row 7 is the 992 of Colin Hayes and the 925 of Brooke Berry. Starting in 15th will be Mason Surgener in the 941 and Alex Feldstein in the 942.
The Technokart USA operations, Grayson Redzen will start to the inside of row number 9 alongside Kart Chaser's own and MPG Motorsports driver Kendall Hedge in the Will Power Kart. Then it'll be Jeff Lyda aboard the Lando Norris kart, and the MDR BJR camp has him alongside his teammate in Alex Doncho in the number 935.
Caden Bell will start 21st in the 936, and Grant Vogel to the outside of row 11 in the 934. Lavisa Landon in the 998 will start 23rd, and Thaddeus Lyda in the 993 will start 24th.
Ben Lyda will then go right behind him on the lineup here. He rolls off in 25th. Kyla Anderson aboard the Millwright Racing Merlin will roll off to the outside in 26th with Jensen Wagner, Tanner Bunny, Zanman Yia, and David Williams, your 30 driver MDR K100 Senior even pre-final getting set to go green here. It's just a beautiful day for racing at Newcastle Motorsports Park. That odd pre-final, entertaining, a little bit of strategy at the front of it. Overall, though, the damage pretty low when it comes to DNFs and crashes. So will we see similar in the pre-final B? For most of this year, Randy, when we've done this, one pre-final has been really nice. The other one has been really, really wild. So if that was a nice one, we could be in for some chaos as the engines have come under fire.
Well, that one was exciting, but it was clean. I hate to jinx it, but it's very possible we could see some slicing and dicing in this one. But I do want to tell you, when you talk about patience, those two, Miles and Stanfield, showed what happens when you can get a little bit of a gap and then behave yourself, right? And run about 7 or 8 laps solid where you don't try to race each other, you race the field. And that's what they did. And sure enough, at the end, they were going for the win, just the two of them. So it was a good run for both.
A great run for both, and we've caught up with Christian Miles. And the Lando Norris kart BJR MDR driver is down trackside with Caleb Smock to give us the rundown on his viewpoint from pre-final A. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. So, Christian, I was talking before we came into the interview here. You said you want to be in the first 2 rows when it comes time for the feature. Explain us through that situation, or explain us through why that's the case for you.
On this track, it is hard to break away, so I wanted to be in the front just in case if something happened bad behind us, like people started fighting and everything. So hopefully Alex and I can do this again and pull away from the group.
Now, did you and Alex plan out working together? Because it seemed like you two worked beautifully through it. You waited to the last couple laps where it started going back and forth.
Yeah, before the race, we went ahead and talked, put something together. We knew that we wanted to break away from the field, so we started doing it. And then the last few laps, we had a big enough gap to where we could start saving our tires and then go for the last lap.
Well, congratulations to you on getting the winner. We're going to send it back to you in the booth, Xander, because heat number 2 is about to get going here.
That's right, Caleb here. Christian Miles, a big thanks to coming to speak with us, and we are underway around the outside. Oh, big contact from row number 2. Race Liberante gets together with John Burke, and they both go wide. They'll drop down a number of spots on the opening start here, as what a start for Adrian Cruz on the outside. He gets the lead. Logan Adams back to second. It just all unfolded, Randy. Maybe we jinxed it, maybe we didn't. I like to think we called that one. There was no chaos in turn 1 on the first heat. There was definitely chaos there, and it was high up. Row number 2, even in what Christian described as what could have been the safe zone, as there's more contact back in the field. That's Burke again. John Burke all the way around on the outside grass, and he is stuck on the outside of the cell tower hairpin. That is contact with the MPG Motorsports driver, Kendall Hedge, coming together in turn number 8.
I'm surprised in that on the start that no one else was collected, because those two, as you said, second row, they're getting together. They kind of drifted out a little bit into the grass, and everybody got by safely without any more carnage. But that was surprising that no one else was collected in that little skirmish there between those two.
We got problems with the 978. Adam Maxwell has a mechanical failure out of the I-70 hairpin, and he's done. Connor Ferris making a pass there on one of the TKG entries there. That was on Gavin Bailiff for 4th. But problems for Adam Maxwell early on here in this pre-final. He started really high up. A great qualifying effort for the 978 AMAX Racing Tony Kart driver. His day getting a little bit more sour as the minutes drag on. As we watch, Adrian Cruz has been shuffled back to second. Make that 3rd. Make it maybe 4th. Lemke's by. So is Logan Adams for the lead, and it looks like Connor Ferris would like to be the next one to go through as well through the green corner.
And Logan Adams now has gapped a little bit, but they're closing back in on him. But you back to Adam Maxwell, as fast as he was in qualifying. He'll be fun to watch in the final, but we're talking again, row 27, row 28, row 29, something like that. He's going to be way back there on the start. So a tough break for Adam and John Burke as well. But Adrian Cruz, Logan Adams, Brandon Lemke, Gavin Bailiff, Connor Ferris, they're all battling as we cross the stripe one more time. We'll get you a top 5 rundown here. Logan Adams is your leader. Brandon Lemke, Adrian Cruz, Connor Ferris, and Gavin Bailiff. That's your top 5. And through the top 6, Emerson Reed, those drivers are all together. Then about a second and a half back is Matthew Maccabee, Drew James, TJ Coyne, and Colin Hayes. That's your top 10 running order.
Yeah, and it's a close top 10, a very close top 6 as they stack up behind Logan Adams here through the horseshoe. Connor Ferris takes advantage inside on Adrian Cruz, and he's clear. Bailiff has to follow, can't really do much with it. He stays back in 5th. And Emerson Reed just kind of riding in the 6th spot as well. Now Bailiff's going to go on Cruz. He'll go in the green corner. Reed trying to go as well. Cruz hangs on to the top 5 for now. Into the scoreboard. Reed trying it. He gets it. Emerson Reed up into 6th, or into 5th. Cruz back to 6th and fading quickly as he's side by side with Matthew Maccabee up the hill.
Emerson Reed going purple that last lap with a 108.793. Fastest driver on the racetrack. Couple of movers. Alex Dancho in the 935 up 7 spots. Grant Vogel in the 934 up 8 spots. So those two drivers on the move right now in this pre-final for KA100 Senior, the second group. But local driver Logan Adams leads the way in the 932. Followed by Brandon Lemke, Connor Ferris, Gavin Bailiff, and Emerson Reed. Reed on the move, 5 spots advanced from his starting position.
TJ Coyne, fastest driver on the circuit that time by, got himself by Adrian Cruz at the end of the lap, so he's up to 8th, 3 spots gained. Nice little start for TJ as up the hill we go. 8 laps to go, 2 laps complete. Next time by the start-finish line straight away. Or 4 laps complete, sorry. Logan Adams out of the green corner. Still yet to see Brandon Lemke try to challenge him. Lemke is happily pushing away with Logan Adams to try and minimize the number of drivers in the lead group. If he keeps pushing the leader, he can at least make it where they're running good lap times, decent lap times. As, we got problems further back behind him. A few more drivers coming together at the end of the scoreboard hairpin. That's Alex Doncho involved with one more. Not sure who was the other one. That is Doncho and one of the other Lando Norris karts as well.
We got a new leader out there as the 901 of Brandon Lemke did the over and under on I-70 corner and made the pass for the lead on Logan Adams. Connor Ferris and Gavin Bailiff in tow. But just when we thought it was safe to go outside, these guys start racing again.
Yeah, every time you look away, that's when it's going to happen. So Brandon Lemke, your new leader for the first time today here in the even pre-final, and doing what he needs to do to keep himself in the championship fight as Gavin Bailiff stuffs it on the inside of Connor Ferris. He'll take over third. Nice run there for the TKG Kart Republic driver in the works as he's already up 4 spots now aboard the 964. Emerson Reed, again, still up 5, just kind of trailing this lead group about 2 car lengths back. And with Lemke and Adams hooked up, they have an opportunity maybe to try and flip the script, have Adams be the one to push Lemke and break the pack up. The faster they go, the harder it is for drivers to stay on. As we've got more problems further back. That was one of the drivers near the tail end of the field. I want to say that was the 910 of Jensen Wagner. He was 21st off the racetrack over in the Cell Tower hairpin.
And they come by one more time. It's 4 laps in the books, and it's still Brandon Lemke leading the way. And Brooke Berry goes purple back in 11th with a 108.299 fast lap of the race. Looking for some of the movers. Grant Vogel up 8 spots in 14th right now. Kyla Anderson moving up 9 spots. She's in 17th. She started 26th. But Brandon Lemke and Logan Adams, they're trying to pull away, but not having much luck at it. There's about 6 drivers now within a half a second of each other. Gavin Bailiff, Connor Ferris, Emerson Reed. They're all in line for now anyway. But I don't know that they want to do a lot because there's enough karts behind him. It could be a 10-kart battle real easy. Not really gapping the rest of the field too much on that lead group. 4 or 5 drivers kind of pulling away a little, but not by much as they head towards I-70.
And Matthew Mockabee was making up ground on them last time by. He picked up a 1/10 of a second. We'll see if he's able to do the same this time. He's in 6th. He could connect those 2 packs as well because TJ Coyen, leading the second group, is only about 4 to 5 car lengths back from him. So Coyen, along with Adrian Cruz, who's trying to rebound and get himself back up to the lead, might be able to get there. Across the line, a 108.58 for Brandon Lemke, a 108.65 for Matthew Mockabee. So they pulled a 10th back on him this time through and up the short chute.
Halfway home for our KA100 Senior Group B, and going purple is Gratian Zedian. Gratian Zedian with a 108.229 fast lap of the race. He's all the way back in 16th, but on the move. Grant Vogel up 7 spots in 15th. Getting back towards the front here, Brandon Lemke. He started 5th. He's up 4 spots, but he's leading the way with Logan Adams, Gavin Bailiff, and Connor Ferris. That's that lead group. Then just a short distance back is Emerson Reed. Then we got a little bit of a gap to Mockabee, TJ Coyne, Adrian Cruz, Colin Hayes, and Drew James. That is your top 10 as we run 6 laps in the books, 6 laps to go in our KA100 Senior Group B pre-final with Brandon Lemke leading the way.
Yeah, out of the I-70 hairpin here, Lemke leads this group of 5 down the front stretch. Here comes Gavin Bailiff to the inside. He wants the lead. He'll bring help. Logan Adams going to go. Logan Adams going to dive bomb for the lead into turn number 1. That was sketchy. 2 for 1 at about 1,000 feet. Logan Adams third to first.
Like I was saying, if these guys just stay patient, they'll be just fine.
Yeah. Forget that, Randy. They want to race.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen here. Look at this. Matthew Mockabee's coming into frame. So is the group behind him with TJ Coyen and Adrian Cruz as they go into the hairpin here. Look at Emerson Reed. He's getting a little impatient. He goes by on Connor Ferris, takes back the 4th position. Mockabee now to the bumper. So we've got, just like that, about 8 drivers in our leading group, and it's about 2 seconds back, maybe a second and a half to Colin Hayes and Brooke Berry in 9th and 10th, headed into the scoreboard hairpin.
And you're running 5th or 6th right now. You're Mockabee or Coyne. You're loving this because it's like, you know what? I got a shot at this now. These guys are kind of racing up front. Yeah, get me up there. I'll make some moves. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you see them back up to you, that's your window of opportunity because a part of the reason the pack's really split up is all the passing. Here comes more of it. Bailiff this time. Does he open the door again? Maybe not fully. Brandon Lemke helps Gavin Bailiff fully complete the pass, and Logan Adams drops back to 3rd. He's about to lose another one. Emerson Reed cannot get through. He tried it, but the E-Train can't fully leave the station there for P3. Adams hangs on.
Brooke Berry in the 925 goes purple with a 108.224. Started in 14th. He's up to the top 10.
So through the bus stop here, Reed going to go down the inside. He'll get clear this time. Logan Adams trying to cross him up as Reed got a little bit sideways through the corner. He'll lose a spot in the process. Connor Ferris to the inside of Emerson Reed. He takes back the 4th position. Reed back on Ferris in the green corner. A heads-up fight, and just like that, this is what opens the gap up to the leaders. Gavin Bailiff and Brandon Lemke loving this action for right now.
Yeah, they're in good shape. They may have, it's going to be debatable. They could have some lap traffic that plays into this before it's over. We've got 3 laps to go as they cross the stripe this time. But Bailiff and Lemke now have checked out about, I guess about 2 to 3 tenths, about 10 kart lengths on the racetrack over Logan Adams. He's trying to reel him back in, but he's an island out there. He's got four car draft behind him, but they're not close enough to push. So he's sitting there in the middle. He can't gain on him on his own, I don't think. And until they catch back up to him, I think possibly Bailiff and Lemke may have this one on their own.
Yeah, they might. Logan Adams also might be safe in third there. Here, Connor Ferris is about to be safe in fourth because they are fighting further and further back. Mockabee versus Reed now for that 5th position. Maccabee's got it. Reed's going to go back on him. He'll take the spot away. Shoves him wide. Koyen trying to follow. Can't do it. At the end of the group there, you're seeing Morlock in, a Colin Hayes, Brooke Berry. So you're watching right now 5th back to 10th on the circuit. Adrian Cruz trying to get the move done on TJ Koyen. He can't complete it, but they stay side by side into the scoreboard hairpin.
And Brooke Berry continues to be the fastest driver on the racetrack as he moves through the field. Advanced 4 spots, turned to 108.224 in the last lap. So Brooke Berry having a really strong run and someone to contend with when it comes times for the finals.
Yeah, what an awesome run for Brooke Berry here. She's first national race with the new outfit, switching over to the Ryan Perry Motorsport camp, and they are really getting her going decently well this weekend as the Tony Kart driver, like you said, fastest on the circuit, up to 10th, 4 spots gained so far here in this pre-final. Up front, Lemke, having gone ahead on Bailiff, now gets a couple car lengths of cushion with 2 laps to go. The fight for the lead could open up here in a few moments when Bailiff gets back to the bumper. And if they fight just enough, Logan Adams could get back to it. He can make it 3. Connor Ferris would love to make it 4, and then Emerson Reed as well, throw him into the mix.
Adams may be close enough to have something to say about this if they start racing, but right now, Bailiff's got to catch up to Lemke. Lemke's got a couple car lengths on him, so Bailiff has some work to do just to get into a challenging position. They'll see 1 lap to go. The white flag will come out, this time by for the leader, Brandon Lemke, trying to hold off Gavin Bailiff for the win in our Yamaha pre-final Group B, and they're nose to tail out of I-70 and down the Long Pond Straight for the white flag. And here comes the leader, Brandon Lemke.
So close. I mean, it used to be Yamaha, Randy. It did. But it is up to the KA100 now, the Miami class.
Did I just call him Yamaha?
You did.
Oh, God.
And, hey, it was Yamaha back in your last USPTF race you called, Randy.
Oh, my gosh.
Are
you sure? You sure? Can we replay it?
Yeah, we'll do the instant replay here. Let's first get back to what we got on the racetrack, at least. We might need an instant replay for this awesome battle forming up. Lemke, a car length up on Gavin Bailiff here. 1 lap to go. This is all that it'll come down to get that second position, that outside row starting spot in the main event. Lemke leads by half a car length through the kink. They'll go to the green corner. Not close enough to do much there. Final 2 corners to go. Let's call them all the way home. Lemke leaves the door open. Bailiff doesn't go. Final time up to I-70.
Headed to I-70 one more time for Brandon Lemke. If Bailiff's going to do it, he's got to do it now to the inside. Bailiff makes the pass. Down I-70 now to the Long Pond Straight. Is Bailiff going to hang on? Will it be Lemke? 2 wide across the line. Looks like Lemke by about a half a kart length. And Lemke takes the win over Finnegan Bailiff, or Gavin Bailiff. What a great finish by Lemke, Bailiff. Logan Adams finishes 3rd. Connor Ferris, Emerson Reed. Great finish in KA 100 Senior.
There you go. Yeah, KA 100 Senior.
I'll get the hang of this. Just give me a minute. I'll get the hang of it.
You've been on point all morning here. It was the first mistake. I thought it was funny to point out. I'm going to make plenty of them as well. So either way, Mike Doty Racing, KA 100 Senior wrapped up. Brandon Lemke, Gavin Bailiff, Logan Adams, Connor Ferris, and Emerson Reed. And as your top 5, Matthew Mockabee, TJ Koyen, Adrian Cruz. Again, Brooke Berry. What a great drive forward for her. Up to 9th by the end. She gets by Colin Hayes in the closing stages, and Hayes rounds out the top 10. We're going to take another commercial break. When we come back, it's the Crazy Old Men X30 Masters coming your way here live from Newcastle.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there. So here we are back for X30 Master, or X30 Junior action, sorry. The X30 Masters will be coming shortly after. Then it'll be time for the Mini Swifts and then the X30 Pros. Speaking of X30 Masters, though, that is our next grill winner. Kim Carapalati, congratulations. You are the next winner of a Louisiana grill coming your way. So a big thanks to the Louisiana Grills for sponsoring us. X30 Masters coming after this. X30 Junior on deck. My mistake on the order. Forgot the young guns that we a little bit wild. And we talk about crazy. This class was crazy in qualifying with the games they were playing with each other. And it ultimately shook out with Ernesto Rivera, Teddy Musella on the front row, Aiden Ingrata, Max Garcia on row number 2. Caleb Gaffera and Sebastian Weldon on row 3, Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontien on row 4, Max Taylor, Emma Kate Scarborough on row number 5. Here we come into the lines, looking for the lead and the green, and we've got it. Green flag down to turn number 1. There we go. Ernesto Rivera takes them into turn number 2, over to 3 with Ingrata into second. They'll pop the curbs easily here. So far, so good for X30 Junior. Up the hill to turn number 5 on the opening lap. And while we do that, we'll go side by side here. Your leaders on the opening circuit and your winner from the KA Senior pre-final, Brandon Lemke, is down trackside with Caleb Smock.
Thank you, Xander. Now, Brandon, we were talking beforehand, and the little bit of discussion between the outside or inside lane, I think the talk of the day has been the inside. But before we get to that, walk us through that final lap. You're going back and forth with Bailiff the entire race. Looked pretty clean. You said you're having fun out there. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, I noticed on the last, coming to 2 laps, or coming to the white flag, coming into, there was a battery on the track, and someone hit it a little. Then he ended up driving on the scoreboard.
Now tell us how you're going to take the start of the final, because you also said the start's a little hectic. You got 60 cars starting in total for the KA 100 Senior. What's your thought process going to that one being on the front row?
Yeah, I mean, I have a million laps here too, so preferably I'd like to be on the inside, obviously underneath the rubber. Now I'm starting on the outside. You're on top of the rubber, cold tires. It's just really slippery, and then you mentioned with all the cars as well, you don't know what's going to happen. So as long as we can make it through the first 2 turns and be on the inside for the next one, I think we'll be in good shape.
All right, there it is. Brandon Lemke going to start on the front row for your KA 100 Senior feature coming this afternoon. Back to the booth with you, Xander.
Thank you, Caleb. Here back to us in the booth. Brandon Lemke obviously gets the start on the outside of row number 1 for the main event in KA Senior. 60 drivers strong. That one obviously counted double for every pass. It was 1 whole row. This pre-final, a standard one position. That doesn't mean they're going to take it any easier fighting each other. They're nearly 3 wide into turn number 1 as Max Garcia gets 2 spots, and it's a new leader in the form of Aiden Ingrata getting by Ernesto Rivera. It is all shaken up. So Ingrata, Garcia, now Rivera back to 3rd, and they are still fighting back behind them as well.
Is this a 3-lap race, Xander? Is that what this is? It's a sprint. This is the X30 Pro Junior Sprint. My goodness, they're, as you said, 2 and 3 wide on lap number 3, or lap number 2, rather. But Aiden Ingrata is your leader. Ernesto Rivera, Max Garcia, Caleb Gaffara, Sebastian Weldon. That's your top 5. Followed by Teddy Musella, Stephen Miller, Max Taylor, Parker DeLong, and Enzo Vidmontien. Let's look at some movers here. We've got Gavin Witt up 7 spots already in the 7:15. And we've got 4 spots by Parker DeLong up into 9th, started 13th. So Parker DeLong on the move. Going purple the last lap, Sebastian Weldon with a 106.984.
Here they go down the stretch here, down Long Pond straightaway. Max Garcia getting hung out to dry. He'll drop all the way back into that 6th position. Move Gaffera up to 2nd behind Ingrata. Sebastian Weldon up to 3rd, and they're going to fight a little bit more through turn number 3. But the battle just not stopping at all here. 4 laps in, or working lap number 4, not even 4 full complete laps, and I can't tell you how many lead changes we've had, but it has been a ton. And it might be another one coming soon as Gaffera gets up to Ingrata's rear bumper. 2 drivers in the championship fight in X30 Pro Junior.
And, you got the crews and the moms and the dads on the fence going, oh my gosh, guys, will you just run in line for a lap or 2? Can we just kind of lay low here for a little bit? But they're going at it hot and heavy out there in our X30 Pro Junior class, brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Aiden Ingrata trying to hang on. Caleb Gaffara nipping at the heels.
Yeah, Gafara gets by on Ingrata. Side by side back for fifth here. Weldon gets Teddy Musella to back out. He stays back behind. Garcia up to fourth. So 2 spots gained on the lap for Max Garcia on the MPG Motorsports Will Power Card. Ernesto Rivera, the glue between the groups is Aiden Ingrata and Caleb Gafara. Even with the pass for the lead of Gafara going by, they've got the opportunity to break away and build a gap here at the moment.
Fast lap of the race, a 106.832 for Caleb Gafara as he leads the way. Started fifth, leads the way, 4 laps in the books. 8 laps to go. Aiden Ingrata second, Ernest Rivera, Max Garcia, and Sebastian Weldon is your top 5. Moving up 5 spots, Parker DeLong on the move. He's up to 8th now, started 13th. Also, Jorge Ortiz has moved up 5 spots to the 14th position, and Gavin Witt advancing 7 positions up to 19th. Liam Kerper up 6 spots to 22nd. So some drivers on the move, but right now it's Caleb Gafara leading the way. His last lap, a 106.832, fastest of the race. 4 laps in, 8 laps to go for X30 Pro Junior. Aiden Ingrata, Ernesto Rivera, Max Garcia, and Sebastian Weldon as they head down the Long Pond Straight. A little bit of breathing room right now for Caleb Gafara.
Yeah, a little bit here. Aiden Ingrata is not terribly far back, but he's not right on his heels either. Right at the halfway mark next time by, 6 in, 6 to go. We'll watch them head through the 90s, head up the short chute towards turn number 5. Gafara, Ingrata, and then the group back there. Here's the next pack, led by the Brian Perry Motorsport Tony Carter Parker DeLong. He's up 6 spots into the 7th position, leading this pack with the likes of Enzo Vidmontien, Max Taylor, Leo Scorpioni, and Stephen Miller all in tow.
Parker DeLong is the fastest driver on the racetrack right now, and I think one that will contend before this day is over. Up to 7th, just turned a lap of 106.576. He's about a 1/10 of a second faster than the leader and about 2 to 3/10 faster than the driver he's chasing, Teddy Musella. So look for Parker DeLong to make some more moves before this one is over. And that's a driver that's not going to show any patience. He's got to get up there lap after lap and gain positions. And he's doing it going 2 wide down the Long Pond Straight, trying to gain more spots on that lead group.
Watch this here. We've got more battling going into turn number 1. Garcia trying to fight hard to hold the spot. And that was aggressive from Max Garcia. Ernesto Rivera, big-time loser, lost about 3 positions. It's given Garcia a gap, and Rivera's now got his teammate, at least in the form of Max Taylor, back on the bumper.
And Caleb Gafara is just loving this as he's able to gap everybody a little bit.
Oh, we got one off over in the horseshoe. That is, who do we got there? That is a 733 of Max Taylor had knocked the bumper in. So the bumper got caught behind the front tire for Max Taylor. He's off the racetrack over in the horseshoe, and instantly Max Taylor, who was making up ground, just arrived on the doorstep of the leaders in 8th all the way to the rear.
Tough break for Max Taylor. He advanced 1 spot up to 8th position now to the rear of the field. So he's got his work cut out for him. But Caleb Gafara right now with a 1/2 a second advantage over Aiden Ingrata, who's a second ahead of 3rd place Max Garcia. So Gafara right now kind of out there on his own, and the driver chasing him, Aiden Ingrata, has no help. So looking pretty good for Caleb G right now.
Looking really good here. That time by put 4 more tenths onto the margin from 1/2 a second to 9 tenths with 5 laps to go. Gafara seems to be the fastest driver on the circuit. His teammate, Teddy Musella, second quick along with Sebastian Weldon. The pair working together in 4th and 5th. As further back, there they are. Weldon going by on Musella, so he wants to take over the 4th position.
Caleb Gafara, a 106.317, goes purple on the last lap. Clearly the fastest driver on the racetrack. In fact, 4/10 of a second quicker than the driver chasing him, Aiden Ingrata. So Gafara has it dialed in for sure. Garcia, Musella, and Weldon, your top 5. Through the top 10, Parker DeLong in 6th, advancing 7 positions, followed by Ernesto Rivera. Leonardo Escorpioni in the 8th spot, advancing 6 spots as well. Enzo Vidmontieni is in 9th, and Stephen Miller in 10th. That's your top 10 running order. It is 7 laps in, 5 laps to go. Caleb Gafara leading the way in cart number 704.
So with that here, the top 3 heavily separated. Garcia in third is the last of them on their own, but he's not going to be that way for long. Musella and Weldon picked another 10th off of Max Garcia that time by, so they are only about 8/10 back or so from the battle for P3, and that inside second row starting position that seems to be even more coveted than P2. Aiden Ingrata, on the other hand, he's been consistent. There's nothing more you can ask from him. He's been right at the limit of his best lap every single lap. The unfortunate part, he's just not fast enough to run down Caleb Gaffera. Looking further back here, here's some of the edge of your top 10 drivers. There's Stephen Miller's group right now headed on through 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th with Scorpioni and Charlie Smith, along with Nicholas Ambiano in the 734, all right there. So that's a little 4-car pack around your top 10.
Let's give a call out to the 715 of Gavin Witt, started in 26th, working his way into the top 20, now running 16th, advancing 10 positions. So a great run out there by Gavin Witt up to 16th position. A second and a half advantage now for Caleb Gaffara over Aiden Ingrata. Last lap, he was 4/10 quicker. Max Garcia, Sebastian Weldon, and Teddy Masella. Ernesto Rivera in 7th, fast lap of the race, a 106.316. He's as fast as the leader, but he's about 4 seconds behind him. So Ernesto Rivera running strong, trying to make a move on Parker DeLong right on his rear bumper. But Caleb Gaffaro in the easy chair right now, a second half on the rest of the field.
Yeah, Caleb Gaffera is long gone at this point here, but Max Garcia is not. Not only does he have, again, Weldon and Musella getting there, but like you mentioned, Parker DeLong, Ernesto Rivera, those two were the fastest two drivers on the racetrack last time by. They both have been cutting into this gap in front of them majorly, and they'll arrive here in a moment, especially if they start fighting with Garcia early. Garcia's going to start blocking already. 2 to go this time. Trying to hang on to third. Crossover move by Teddy Musella on Sebastian Weldon. He gets through for 4th. Garcia still on the bottom side. Musella follows. Weldon follows. DeLong opens up. Crossover move. Can Parker get to the inside of Weldon? He does. Parker DeLong picks up a spot there, gets into the top 5.
Parker DeLong with a great run. Now up 8 positions from his starting spot. What a battle out there with Parker DeLong closing in, have a great starting spot for the final, and I think
Whoa! Caleb Gaffera, your leader, is out over in turn number 2. Caleb Gaffera, a mechanical problem for the 704, is off the racetrack, and that is the last thing he wanted to see here with 2 laps remaining.
My goodness, how your luck can change in the blink of an eye. Caleb Gaffara off track, out of the race. He'll be starting in, if not last, close to last position. He'll certainly be one to watch, but what does that do to the points championship?
Oh my goodness. That changes a lot of things here. Again, you had 3 drivers that were involved in the points fight. Gaffera, Max Garcia, and Aiden Ingrata, all 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Garcia, I believe, got a pointed black flag for the aggressive driving he might have had earlier in the session. So there was that to consider. And now, with Caleb Gaffera out of contention here in this pre-final, that's 100 points up for grabs for Aiden Ingrata to try and take the fight to him.
And the battle rages on for second. Aiden Ingrata, 4-second advantage, but Garcia, Musella, Weldon, Rivera, Vinmontian, and Parker DeLong all battling for that second spot. And I wouldn't rule out any of them right now as they are going at it hot and heavy.
This is exactly what Aiden Ingrata is hoping for. He's hoping for more fighting with Max Garcia, at least Teddy Musella getting by him. That's good news. That takes at least 20 points away from Garcia's lead, so he chips himself from 89 back before drops to 69 back, as there we go side by side. Weldon under fire from Enzo Vidmontien on the Kart Republic up into the top 5 as Nicholas Ambiato runs through the grass in the Burrell Art. And we got, oh no, Vidmontien's off out of the scoreboard. He runs wide, and the KR driver drops back. Meanwhile, up front, Aiden Ingrata, no problems about any of this at all. Checkered flag in the air. He wins the pre-final. Where's the rest of the battle? So across the line, Musella, Garcia. Here comes this next group. My goodness, it's changed. Stephen Miller was around 11th for a lot of this pre-final. He ends in 4th. Sebastian Weldon 5th. DeLong 6th after all of it. Leo Escorpioni 7th. Charlie Smith aboard the Nash Motorsports EOS kart 8th. Ernesto Rivera drops to 9th. Vidmontien 10th. And what in the world happened to Caleb Gaffera? We'll try and see if we can find out there what had him sidelined on the outside of the racetrack with 2 laps to go.
What a tough break for Gaffara, but what an opportunity for Aiden Ingrata. as he brings home the victory. And Teddy Masala, Garcia, and on through the field as Xander mentioned, that was a wild one. We thought that Caleb Gafara had things locked up, but a mechanical failure. We don't know what it was, whether it was engine, chassis, whatever, but he's off in turn 2 and will not finish this one.
So Caleb Gafara, DNF on the outside of the racetrack, unfortunately. You can see him trying to remove the go-kart over outside of turn number 2 for those on at the paddock and track side. They'll get him taken over to the scale house, and we'll take a commercial break. And when we come back, now it is actually time for the X30 Masters. So I gave you heck for your mistake, Randy. There was mine for the first one of the weekend. There'll be more to come, more action to come, at least here from Newcastle. Stick with us, folks. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAME and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park as the Speed Concepts Racing X30 Masters make their way out. The biggest delta we've seen in qualifying came in this division. Renato Yater-David nearly 6/10 up on the field initially with his quick time. It closed up a little by the end, but the Orthland Racing Tony Kart driver is joined by John Bonanno on the front row. Danilo Romalo and Laurentiu Mordan on row number 2 with the rest of the field just trying to catch up.
Nicky Coelho and Danny Robertson in row 3. Scott Kopp and Mario Barrios in row 4 as we head down the Long Pond Straight for a start.
Here we come into the tram lanes, looking pretty good. We'll go to our head flagman, Porter Wiesensenzel, looking for a start. We've had good starts all the way through the day, and this one looks pretty nice and slow into the box. Green flag. And David with a great jump into turn number 1. He'll bring Romalo with him. Bonanno slots into 3rd. Coelho into 4th. Mardan back to 5th, and the field's underway, headed over to turn number 5 with Danilo Romalo a couple car lengths back as they go up the hill to turn numbers 5 and 6, side by side with Mardan on Coelho. We've also got our winner from the X30 Junior Heat Race, Aiden Ingrata, down on the grid here with David Land. David?
So, quick update on Caleb Gaffar. It sounds like from his mechanic that the engine locked up, and that's why he ended up crashing out of the lead there. So, not driver error, mechanical failure. But we've got the winner from the pre-final, Aiden Ingrata, and because I know it was a bit of a concern about chasing down Caleb, and it didn't look like you were going to be able to outside of that unfortunate mechanical.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good race. I mean, got up to the front in the beginning. Garcia got by me, blocked a few corners. Then me and Caleb trained him. Then the next lap, Caleb got by me. So I was like, you know what? Caleb's super fast. I'm just going to work with him. And then he pulled me. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to manage my tires from there. And then all of a sudden I looked in turn 1 and I seen Caleb off. So, I mean, it's unfortunate. The RPG guys, Caleb was driving really good. The RPG guys had a really good go-kart that race. I mean, it's unfortunate. I hope he's back in the front for the final. So, but it was a good pre-final.
So what do you got to do to win this final?
Good question. I don't know yet. Just hit my marks. Hopefully get away from the guys. Sebastian's up there. I like working with him. Me and him are good together, so maybe we could push away. We'll see.
All right. That's the story down here. Back to the race.
Thank you, David. And again, that's what we suspected. There are a couple of options. That's a long straightaway, and something you don't see all too often is the engine maybe seizing up or sticking, the piston sticking at the end of the long straightaway, sending him off, but the axle locked up for Gaffara. So that's got the 704 headed to the rear of the field with potentially, hopefully, a new piece for the main to get him back going. Unfortunate for sure for Caleb, as Aiden said, he was driving really good, but it's good for Ingrata, good for the points, at least for him to get into the mix as we see the mix going down in X30 Master. Nicky Coelho, Scott Kopp, Laurentiu Mardan all battling 4th, 5th, and 6th right now.
And we had a couple more barbecue grill winners, Xander. Adam Maxwell and Gavin Witt. Adam Maxwell and Gavin Witt, you have won a grill from Mark's Lighting and Mark Coates. Report to the USPKS trailer for your grill. Adam Maxwell and Gavin Witt, you won a barbecue grill from Mark's Lighting and Mark Coates. Also want to remind everyone that the USPKS trailer has a lot of great apparel, hats, shirts, everything you need for the USPKS brand. Just go over there and check it out. USPKS apparel available at the USPKS trailer.
Now, as the leader said here in X30 Master, 2 laps in towards the scoreboard hairpin. Renato Yater-David, long gone, 1.1 seconds. That's why we're focusing a little further back down the order. His lead back to Danilo Romalo, pretty massive. John Bonanno just kind of trailing, now going on Nicky Coelho as Coelho was able to get up to Bonanno. Bonanno faded back from Danilo Romalo, and they'll go side by side down the front stretch. Coelho bringing help. Scott Kopp is coming with them to the inside. Coelho hangs on. Bonanno drops back to 4th, though. So move Nicky Coelho up to the top 3.
Fast lap on the track. Fast driver on the track. No surprise, Renato Yater-David, 106.610. That is quite a bit faster. Actually, Romalo turned to 106.727, so not that much faster, but he's got clean air. Romalo's got Coelho, Bonanno, everybody chasing him. But Renato Yater-David, picking up where he left off in qualifying, leads the way, 1.2 second gap, only 3 laps in, 9 laps to go, and already showing his dominance in this in this X30 Masters. Romalo runs second, Coelho third. Through the top 10, John Bonanno runs fourth. Scott Kopp. Sixth is Scott Roberts, followed by Lorenzo Mardan, Mario Barrios, Christian Avomer, and Danny Robertson. That is your top 10 running order. 3 laps in, 9 laps to go. Crossing the line now for lap number 4. And David now a 1.6 second advantage over Danilo Romalo.
And Nicky Coelho, as you can see, has pulled away from this grouping here. Scott Roberts also on the move. 5 spots gained for Scotty. He's got his sight sets on Coelho, but at least he's worked his way into the top 5 after a not-so-great qualifying effort had him starting in the 9th position. Scott Kopp still trailing on John Bonanno. He's kind of went up and down through the day, and now he's trying to go up on Bonanno. Didn't get in deep enough down into the cell tower hairpin. Ultimately, he'll lose a lot of ground. Here comes Mario Barrios to the bumper. And the championship points leader, Mario Barrios, a lot of points right now. He's looking to lose to Renato Yater and mainly, more importantly, Danilo Romalo as Barrios goes by on Scott Kopp. He takes at least 1 spot back and stops the bleeding a little bit. But Mario Barrios down in the 6th position. That's, again, about a 60-point swing, 50-point swing for Danilo Romalo that he really cannot afford to give up at this point in the championship.
Battle for second between Romalo and Coelho. And Coelho looks like he makes the pass to the inside turn 1, and Coelho up to second. So Nicky Coelho on the move, moves up to 2nd spot, started in 5th, so he's moved up 3 spots. Scott Roberts up 5 positions. So those drivers on the move. Miguel Meyer up 3 positions. But they're all chasing Renato Yater David, a 106.610, fast lap of the race. Coelho up to second. Good run for Nicky, but he's 2 seconds behind David.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go to get to Renato Yater David. And at the rate he's going pace-wise, he can be a little bit quicker certain laps, but I don't know how much quicker and how much consistently he'll beat Renato Yater David's lap times. As we saw Danilo Romalo fend off a little charge there from Scott Roberts. Roberts getting pretty close to him, starting to apply a lot of pressure. John Bonanno right behind him there in the 5th spot. Look at this, Scott Kopp under fire from Mario Barrios. Barrios through to the inside, and that'll get him back ahead of Kopp again. So these two have traded that 6th spot a couple times already, having gone by Lorenzo Mardan earlier on. He's down in the 8th position. And it's a loosely tied pack, I would say. Not terribly spread apart, but not too close either. From Nicky Coelho back to the front bumper of Lorenzo Mardan, only about a 1.25 seconds.
David is, as a rule, about a 0.5 second quicker each lap. I mean, he has just total dominance in this X30 Masters. But the battle for second on back is phenomenal. These guys are just on top of each other, battling it out. Coelho leading the way. He's got Romalo, Roberts, Bonanno, Barrios, Scott Kopp, Lorenzo Mardan. None of them are that far back of Coelho. So it's anybody's race for second. But Renato Yater David, it's all his. It's his race to lose. That's for sure, because he's got now a 2.6 second advantage over the field.
And now Scott Roberts making a move on Danilo Romalo. So he gets through into 3rd. Romalo back to 4th. Great news for Mario Barrios. What could have been a very ugly pre-final and maybe even an uglier main event. Points-wise, he's now only about 2 spots back from Romalo, looking for one more on Bonanno. Sends it on the inside. Not enough. Bonanno hangs tough on the outside lane and keeps Barrios at bay.
These guys are getting after it. You've got 2nd through 8th that are really nose to tail. They're just not that far apart, and they're battling, putting in a good battle out there. And how about Mario Barrios? Fast lap of the race. Somebody maybe that could contend with David. Who knows? But Barrios in the 5:11, a 106.508. That's a 1/10 second faster than the fastest lap of Renato Yater David. So Mario Barrios on the move. A 106.508 goes purple on lap 7.
And now Romalo trying to work on Coelho. Everyone getting a little more antsy in the second half of this pre-final for X30 Master presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Bonanno not able to get the drive out of the scoreboard hairpin. He's got Scott Kopp challenging him on the outside. Kopp not fully clear by the I-70 corner, though. They'll stay side by side. Kopp gives way. Bonanno hangs on. It allows Danilo Romalo and Mario Barrios to get a little further away, and Barrios has gotten ahead of Romalo. So that's a championship back in the favor of Mario Barrios for this pre-final. What a way he's been able to dig his way forward, and that fast lap kind of came out of nowhere. He wasn't really on the radar for anybody in this session till about lap number 5. And now at lap 7, sets the fastest lap. Now working lap number 9 with 3 to go. Next time by, Mario Barrios is only about a half second back from third. What a drive.
He is on the charge. If he can get around Coelho and get that inside line, he could follow David on the start in the final, and I think he's got something for him. His fast lap of 106.508 remains of a tenth of a second faster than anything David's had. So Mario Barrios in the 511 is, I think, if anybody's going to contend with David right now from the looks of things, it's going to be Barrios. Strong run out there for Mario Barrios in the 511. But it's 3 laps to go next time by, and Renato Yader David rounds I-70 and heads down the Long Pond Straight with 3 to go. He is clearly your leader now by 2.7 seconds over the 5:28 of Scott Roberts.
Yeah, and with Roberts that time by not making a huge dent in it, picks off a couple tenths. I think the only reason that lead isn't bigger is Renato Yader David knows how big that lead is, and he's kind of starting to take things easy, saving the tires a little bit. Oh, I think that was a mistake from Nicky Coelho. Dropped a tire on a turn 4. Barrios trying to get by in turn 5. He'll muscle his way on through for third. And here comes Romolo. Coelho hangs on. But little mistake there for Nicky Coelho coming through turn number 4. Gives up some time, gives up a position in the process, and now has another one knocking on the door.
Scott Roberts running in second, started in 9th. So great move by Scott Roberts through this race, working his way through the field. Mario Barrios started in 8th. He's now in 3rd. Those 2 drivers are on the charge, trying to close that gap and position themselves in the final for a run at Renato Yader David. Nicky Coelho back to 3rd. Danilo Romalo rounds out your top 5. They'll see the 2 to go this time by there. Our flagman has the double sticks out there for 2 to go for Renato Yader David.
2 laps to go indeed. And with Scott Roberts, all the battling going behind him with Nicky Coelho and company, it looked like he might have been home free, but Mario Barrios is reeling him in as well. He was a tenth of a second better than Roberts last time by. 2 car lengths away going into the horseshoe with a lap and a half to go. Scott Roberts and Mario Barrios, they've gone wheel to wheel for a couple of years here in the U.S. Pro Kart Series. They've had good and bad run-ins of racing. Let's see how this one turns out. Barrios fighting for a championship. Roberts is fighting for a good spot right now for the main event later today. The other thing with Scott Roberts, he does have an outside shot to get into the title fight. He needs a lot of bad luck and bad results for Barrios and Danilo Romalo. So he could be maybe racing him a little hard or backing him up to try and make sure more drivers could pass him if they get there. For now, though, Barrios trying it. Roberts trying to stay on the outside. Roberts is off, and he's going to lose 3 spots, nearly 4 spots in the process.
Wow, that was a wild one there. Barrios all the way up to second now. And Laurencio Mardan, a 106.460. He goes purple. He's up to 5th. So a lot of movers out there. They'll see the white flag. I should see the checkered next time by for David. Barrios up to second. Coelho, Romalo, and Mardan. That's your top 5. But Mardan with a really quick lap out there, a 106.460. Barrios around Coelho and around Romalo. So he's moving up. We'll start outside front row if he finishes this one out. And we'll see if he has anything in the final for David.
We will see here. Danilo Romalo might still have something for Mario Barrios before this one's over. He's digging forward. Look at Scott Roberts in the middle of that gaggle. And then again, Nicky Coelho let Romalo go. Now he's going to lose his spot to Laurencio Mardan. And John Bonanno getting the business from Scott Roberts there going through the scoreboard hairpin. So he gets run a little bit wide. Up the hill. Final time. Barrios low. Romalo high. Renato Yader David is going to coast to the win. And the battle will be for second. Look at that. Martin Stone is off. I believe Scott Roberts is off. Yader David wins the pre-final. And across the line, Romalo followed by Barrios, then Mardan gets Romalo at the stripe. That's 10 points. Romalo ends back in 4th. Coelho 5th. Scott Kopp 6th. Danny Roberts and John Bonanno. Indeed, Scott Roberts, the other driver, off in the dirt with Martin Stone in the final corner. And man, oh man, did everything just change in the final 2 laps. Roberts crosses the line down in 12th.
The front didn't change much from the start. In fact, it didn't change at all. But everything behind first place was a constant change. There was a lot of racing, a lot of bumping and grinding going on there, 2nd through 10th. But your winner, Renato Iader David, fast lap of the race, Laurentio Mardan, a 106.460. As we work our way through the finals, next one onto the track is going to be our Mini Swift, and they'll have 2 groups of pre-finals, a B group and an A group, I believe. I think that's the case, isn't it, Xander? 2 groups of Mini Swifts?
Oh, no. They'll run all together. They're close, though. They're big on the numbers, but just under the
So, sorry, the only split is the KA seniors, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
2-1. Now you got to make a mistake to catch up to me.
Well, we'll work on that. We'll have more of that coming after the break, folks. Mini Swift and the X30 Pro coming your way here from Newcastle.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all ROK engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the ROK Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572. Welcome back to Newcastle for the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift has been released onto the racetrack.
Alessandro Truccio with a fantastic timed lap in qualifying. We'll get to start on the pole. When we get set here, let's send it down to David Land for a quick trackside report. David?
Yeah, quick report on Riano, the previous race. Now, he's not so confident in his English to speak after this victory, but he says if he wins the final, he'll talk to us. So there's a little bit of incentive for Kart Chaser watchers.
There we go. Renato Yater David. I'd be happy to talk as well, of course, if I'm dominating the way he is. Thank you, David. We get set for Mini Swift. Here we go. Alessandro Truccio, Lucas Palacio. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn number 1. Little bit wide there for Palacio in the first corner. Isaac Melkitz up to second. Keelan Harvick into third. Carson Weinberg to fourth. And they'll all fan out as they go through turn number 4.
Good, clean start by everybody. A little bit of slicing and dicing in that mid pack. But everybody's heading the right direction under power. That's always a good sign. Good group of mini Swifts. We've got, 37 total mini Swifts brought to you by D&J International Services. And fast qualifier Alessandro Truccio is the early leader, I believe, as they work their way through the Newcastle circuit, around the green corner, up over the jump, and down into the scoreboard corner. Nice little gap right now for Truccio as they head up I-70 straight now towards the corner. And Alexander Truccio will lead them around for lap number 1. Second spot, I think that might be Palacio. We'll get a handle on it here in just a second.
It'll be Keelan Harvick here coming.
Harvick.
Looking inside in that bright green and black Hunt Brothers Pizza Harvick racing machine. He goes to the lead. And look at this big-time freight train with Palacio trying to get some spots back. He leads them down the inside on Carson Weinberg, who's going to go side by side. I think that's Kai Johnson in the mix there as well, battling for 7th. Just up the road is a few more. So here's Brady Shad with a great start in the 165. He's knocking on the door of the top 5, although he'll lose a spot into turn number 5, and they'll all battle around him as well. I'm trying to see who else we got. Devin Waltz. What a great start for Devin Waltz and the Speed Concepts Racing driver. Oh, we got one around. Is that Travis Pettit? That is indeed Travis Pettit aboard the solo kart. Unfortunate start to his day here in Newcastle. He was up to 12th across the line, I think even a little bit higher. Gets turned around in front of the field as Isaac Melkitz, the center of your shot here in that blacked out nitro kart, the 175, and a Lucas Palacio, and then the 157 of Kai Johnson in line.
Alan Bonilla Espinoza moving up 5 spots on lap 1, starting in 18th all the way up to 13th as the leaders come by for lap number 2. Keelan Harvick leading the way as they've gapped the field already by over a second. Harvick and Alessandro Truccio, your leaders, and a pass for third as Kai Johnson makes his way around Isaac Malkin and takes over that third spot. Going purple, Keelan Harvick, a 1:12.936 through the top 10. It's Truccio, Isaac Malkin with third, Kai Johnson and Devin Waltz your top 5, followed by Lucas Palacio, Carson Weinberg, Brady Shad, Salvador De La Vecchia, and Michael McGowie. That is your top 10 running order. 2 laps in the books, 8 laps to go.
Little pass there for Brady Shad. Oh, we got 2 together over at turn number 5. That is Edward Kennedy in the 144 and the 127. Red Speed, or might be the 122 of Mason Berry, I think. Mason Berry aboard the 122. So 2 drivers running just around the middle of the field. 21st and 22nd of the 37 get together as Carson Weinberg pass made on Lucas Palacio. That is back for the 6th position, 5th or 6th. They got Brady Shad in line there in the 8th spot. Salvador De La Vecchia's getting on to the end of this grouping. All the while, Keelan Harvick and Alessandro Truccio are pulling away out front here, Randy.
Unbelievable gap. 3 laps in, and they're already almost 2 seconds over the rest of the field. Let's see, it's 1.7, although Kai Johnson did just turn purple for a moment, but then it's Salvador De La Vecchia, a 1:12.252. He took over the fast lap spot there as he came by in 9th. But Harvick and Truccio, 1.7 second advantage over Johnson and Malquit. And then you got Weinberg and Palacio in tow in 5th and 6th with Brady Shad, Devin Waltz, De La Vecchia, and Michael McGowie. Keelan Harvick starting in 4th spot has taken the lead, took the lead actually in that first lap, worked his way through the field pretty quick. And now he's racing smart. He and Alessandro Truccio nose to tail, just making sure it boils down to them. Kai Johnson and Isaac Malk would like to close in, but they're pretty far back. They're about almost 2 seconds, about 1.7 seconds back of those two leaders. So it's going to be a little more difficult for those guys to close in. They've got time to do it, but they're going to have to stay in tow and hope they can catch that draft a little bit as they head down Long Pond Straight one more time for lap number 4.
Yeah, last lap again, they were hooked up. This lap, you can see the separation from Johnson back to Malkut. They were only able to match the pace of Harvick and Truchot. They got to be a little bit closer together on these straightaways to really make a dent in what the leaders are doing. The leaders, again, they're not any bit faster right now than that group behind. They just got out early. Palacio is following as well. He was able to match it and even go a little bit quicker than Malkut and Kai Johnson. So Lucas Palacio in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic in 5th, closing in for 4th and 3rd, might be able to either push or lead them back to the top two Parolin drivers of Keelan Harvick and Alessandro Truchot. Then Carson Weinberg that time, a little bit off the pace. Salvador De La Vecchia kind of faltered. Brady Shad as well. And then you go back to Devin Waltz. What a great start for Devin Waltz. Then kind of got boot and scooted down to the 9th position.
Alan Bonilla Espinoza, a good run for him, trying to crack the top 10. Started in 18th all the way up to 11th, just went purple with a 1:12.198, fastest car on the racetrack, the 192 of Alan Bonilla Espinoza.
Yeah, what a great lap there for Alan Bonilla Espinoza. I mean, that 1:12.1 is a half second better than the leaders at the moment. Now, this time by, though, they're a little bit separated, maybe both places not as quick. So with the leaders, the top two getting a bit of a gap between the pair, that's allowed Kai Johnson to knock a 1/10 of a second off, but he needs more than that. 1/10 a lap will not do it. He needs 15 of those laps. He's only got 5 to play with here, Randy. He needs a little more time than what he's got.
As we say in Smokey and the Bandit world, he's got a long way to go in a short time to get there, Xander.
That's a good way to put it here as we see them battle behind him. This is back outside the top 5. Kai Johnson and Carson Weinberg are going, or no, sorry, Salvador De La Vecchia mixed up a couple energy drivers. De La Vecchia versus Carson Weinberg going at it. Then you go back here to find another one. That's going to be Waltz, Shad, Bronson, Kustis, I think, is in the middle of that mix, all shuffling there from 8th back to 10th.
Max Cristia in the 139, advancing 9 spots, started in 26th all the way up to 16th. He's having a nice run. But Keelan Harvick, last lap, a 1:12.602. As you said, Kai Johnson a 10th quicker, but not enough for the amount of laps left. They're looking at 4 laps to go this time by. But they are racing smart. Truchot and Harvick have just stayed in line, knowing that's the fastest way around the racetrack. And we got a pass for 3rd, and that is Palacio moving around Kai Johnson, taking over the 3rd spot. Isaac Malkwood back in 5th.
Oh, Travis Pettit, his day just goes from bad to worse. Already one spin earlier. He's now beached on the inside of the I-70 hairpin, trying to work his way back up the order. And so the solo kart driver falls to the rear once again. Here's Palacio out ahead of Johnson and Malkut. He was purple last time by. 4/10 better than the leaders. They're 1.5 seconds back. Can Lucas Palacio, all on his lonesome, run down the top 2? This will help. Alessandro Truchot to the lead over Keelan Harvick.
Alexander Truchot waiting and waiting. Thought he'd wait a little longer, but he didn't. He took the lead. And now Harvick back in 2nd. He'll draft and push and do everything he can to push those two away from 3rd spot, Kai Johnson. But like you said, Xander, that does give Kai Johnson a little bit of a break. We'll see what the gap is, but clearly you can see from the naked eye it's closer than it's been in a long time as they head down the Long Pond Straight one more time for lap number 9. 3 to go this time by, and the gap is 1 second. So they gained a half a second on that last lap.
Yeah, that was a big-time gain here. They need a little bit more. Lucas Palacio at 1 second means he's 9/10 back from Harvick. That's on the cusp of getting the draft there. He just needs a little bit more, a little bit closer. One more pass, and we've got a 5 or 6 driver battle at the front. For now, though, it's still just the 2 of them. Harvick looking to the outside almost, it seemed, into the cell tower hairpin. No move yet. 2 laps to go next time by. Even if he doesn't make the move at this rate, Palacio showing the speed that he's got, I think that gap is closing anyway. Coming into the green corner, it's probably a couple car lengths less than where we were the previous lap. Going to the scoreboard hairpin here, Harvick's disconnected, so they're not gaining anything. The only benefit he's got is Isaac Malkut doing just that, passing Kai Johnson and taking away Lucas Palacio's pusher down the long straight to the I-70 corner. But Palacio, I think he's in the draft. He's going to get there.
2 laps to go this time by Ken Alexander Truchot and Keelan Harvick. Hang on. Here comes the charge. Palacio, Johnson, Malquin, and Della Vecchia all closing in side by side into turn 1. Harvick makes the pass, takes over the top spot, and here comes the rest of the pack. Those 3rd through 6th positions have now closed in. It's a 6-kart battle for the win.
One single pass, and just like that, we've got a 6-driver fight at the front of the field. Harvick still the leader. Truchot second. We're watching Palacio close up to Truchot. Does he have time to try it? Look at that move to the inside. What a pass by Lucas Palacio. Alessandro Truchot caught completely off guard. He loses 2 more spots in the process, trying to hang on just to 5th at this moment ahead of De La Vecchia, but move Kai Johnson up to 4th, Malkit to 3rd, and Palacio, his longtime drafting buddy, Keelan Harvick, the leader, he's up to 2nd as Johnson goes on Isaac Malkit to take over 3rd.
And all of a sudden, Harvick's got company, but not the company he's used to, as he's got Lucas Palacio now right on his rear bumper. And with the white flag coming out next time by, it's about to get good, Xander, because these 6 drivers now are nose to tail, and they're really ready to make their move. I think maybe we've got a gap where it's going to be just those top 2, as that's the 3rd through 6th got a little too racy. So it's down to Palacio and Harvick for the win.
Yeah, Isaac Malkit and Kai Johnson were trading punches the entire last 2 laps, Randy, both of them going at it. And while it didn't matter too much as Palacio was getting there to Harvick and Truchot were battling, now that Harvick and Palacio are sticking together, that gap and all that passing for 3rd is opened up. And meanwhile, look at this here. This is back in between the pair of them because Johnson's back in 6th. That was De La Vecchia getting by on Truchot for P4. So Salvador De La Vecchia up a number of spots back from where he started, then faded, now back up into the top 5 as they fight more so through the kink. Meanwhile, Palacio yet to show a nose to the inside of Keelan Harvick. Into the scoreboard for the final time. There's the leaders. Here's the battle back for the group behind them. No pass for the lead. That's why we've got it on for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Johnson goes by, and here we are. Final time to the I-70 corner. Palacio, I think he may just ride behind Harvick to the finish. Harvick runs a little wide. Palacio, he'll get the move. The draft, will it be enough? I think he's too far back. Keelan Harvick at the line secures an easy pre-final win here in Mini Swift with help from behind. Malkit 3rd, Truchot 4th, 5th to De La Vecchia, 6th to Kai Johnson. He just barely hangs on over Carson Weinberg for that spot. And then it's Michael McCauley, Devin Waltz, and Bronson Kustis to round the top 10.
Good run by Keelan Harvick, keeping the Wolves at bay, so to speak, on the rest of the field. Palacio making a hard charge towards the end, getting up to 2nd, trying to make a move on Harvick. Couldn't quite do it. Nice run by Isaac Malquit, finishing in 3rd. Truchot and De La Vecchia. De La Vecchia with a fast lap of the race, a 1:11.986. So we got one more to go. The X30 Pro Senior class coming up next for their pre-final.
Yeah, here we go, getting set. The final pre-final of the morning here after this. If you want to watch the action, the LCQs have been canceled, so it'll be straight to the main event live stream. That'll be, you have to be a Kart Chaser premium member, so you go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel. It's $9.99 a month on most devices. I think it's $12.99 because Apple adds a little bit on your iOS device. So if you want to save a little bit of cash, do it on your laptop, desktop, or Android. But in any case, that's how you can watch the live streams for the main events. You can also listen, of course, live here at the racetrack on the PA, live on EKN Radio for the audio commentary. But the live streams for the mains will be coming up after the lunch break here. And then again, that lunch break will stay the same time, even though there will be no LCQ, no change in the overall layout of the day. The X30 Pros, of course, had their qualifying all wrapped up earlier on, and we talked about a number of different storylines coming into this weekend here. Ryan Norberg, of course, dominant through the season, was not the man to beat through practice, even admitted it when we talked with him for his post-qualifying interview with David earlier today, that it was really not his day in that regard. Just ended up lucky that they had a driver kind of laying down a little bit of water, one of their teammates. I think they might have been referring to Donovan Bonilla, that had an issue with water spraying off just the back of the radiator, got a few of his teammates loose that might have been able to beat him, and ultimately Norberg ended up with a clean enough racetrack to put it on pole after an outside of the top 5 result in happy hour. You go back to the rest of the order. Well, let's take a look at it. Hayden Jones is going to get set to start alongside of Ryan Norberg to make it an RPG lockout of not just the front row, but it also goes back to third with Nate Cicero to the inside of Speed Concepts Racing's Jack Jeffers aboard his number 333 CRG. Donovan Bonilla and Colin Warren will make up row number 3, and then you go further back to find Diego Ramos and Paulie Massimino on row 4.
Row 5 is Wes Duchek and Jeremy Fletcher, followed by Margin Kremers and Justin Atticanis in row 6. Row 7 is Aiden Fox and Joshua Carr. Row 8, Justin White and Tyler McIntyre.
Grace Hemmerd has her RPG Cosmic at her X30 Pro debut starting 17th on the inside of Comp Kart's Oliver Hodgson. The former Miami World Champion has some work to do. The same for rookie hotshot Cameron Weinberg in the 301 machine. He's got a lot of ground to make up here this weekend, starting off in the 19th position and was in the slow group in qualifying. So it was a doomed start to the day, to say the least. Santiago Fernandez joins him on row number 10.
Mauricio Hernandez in row 11 alongside Mariana Reyes. In row 12, it is Vincius Ponce and Ricky Liu. Row 13, Braden Eves and Haopeng Zhang. And rounding out the field in row 14, Zachary Mabry and Paul Bocuse. Your starting lineup for the X30 Pro Senior, brought to you by Franklin Motorsports.
So notables here, Paul Bocuse, a scratch for the weekend, not here in attendance while originally planned on it. And Braden Eves, again, the big note. He's won from 17th in a main event here before. He's driven through the field plenty of times at Newcastle. He will have to do it again after an abysmal qualifying effort in 25th, 1.4 seconds off of the pole time by Ryan Norberg. So a lot of work to be done for the MPG Motorsports Wheel Power Car driver. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on Oliver Hodgson. Keep an eye on Cameron Weinberg to have to come through the field as the RPG Cosmics of Ryan Norberg and Hayden Jones lead into turn number 1, and we're green for the X30 Pro pre-final.
Everybody's clean through turns 1 and 2. Norberg with the early jump, and it looks like possibly Cicero might have moved up to second, I think, on the outside, or on the inside, rather. So Norberg with the early lead as we work our way through. No attrition yet. Everybody headed in the right direction under power, Xander. So a good, clean start by the X30 Pros.
Yeah, solid start for the X30 Pros here as they head to the Cell Tower hairpin on the opening lap. It's Norberg, Jones, Cicero, Ramos into the 4th position, or just behind the top 5 there, as Jeffers is 4th, starting to defend a little bit. He's worried from pressure from Donovan Bonilla in 5th. Bonilla looking on Jeffers. Jeffers going to block the inside as the RPG Cosmics up front hold the lead. Ramos up there in the 6th position, my mistake, at the end of that lead group, and it's gotten a little bit of a gap already as they battle behind.
Yeah, 6, 7 karts maybe have already gapped the field on this first lap, but 3-kart breakaway right now as they head across the stripe for lap number 1. It's going to be Norberg, Jones, and Cicero, 1, 2, and 3, followed by Jeffers, Bonilla, and Ramos in 4th, 5th, and 6th. Paulie Massimino, Jeremy Fletcher, Colin Warren, and Margin Kremers make up your top 10 running order. 1 lap in the books. We've got 11 laps to go, but Ryan Norberg, who's been dominant all season in this class, leads the way in the early going in X30 Pro Senior.
And so with that, Hayden Jones, Nate Cicero, they just get to kind of sit behind and learn from the national number 1 early. Jack Jeffers keeping Donovan Bonilla at bay has been a big task for him. He's had to block quite a bit. And even then, it was a little bit questionable of how aggressive he was getting, but he's kept him away for the moment. Jeffers still blocking the low side. Bonilla trying to do a crossover move on him down the backstretch to the I-70 corner. That's battling back behind the top 3 for 4th. So looking back behind the top 3 as they exit the final corner. Here they come down the front straightaway. Norberg, Jones, and Cicero. Here comes Jones. Norberg pointing him by, letting him go. Both of them actually dropping behind. It's almost like a full-speed coaching session for him. He wants to drop back into 3rd and ride Jones and Cicero to the lead.
It's lapping days by Ryan Norberg. On the job training. Norberg gets shuffled back to 3rd, I guess, if you want to say that. But Cicero with a fast lap of the race, a 105.586. Drivers kind of racing each other clean, setting their sights on how to position themselves for the finish. But Hayden Jones, now the new leader, his last lap, a 105.632.
Shows a lot of confidence to be that level, even with your teammates. I don't expect Hayden Jones or Nate Cicero to let Norberg back by, especially with the smack talk they were giving him after qualifying. So they might still be going at it as looking behind them. The battle for fourth is now gone the way of Donovan Bonilla. Jack Jeffers still struggling as a whole. Paulie Massimino's gotten by him. Jeffers has faded a little ways. So the top three, led by Hayden Jones, then Nate Cicero, then Ryan Norberg. Here's Cicero. He'll look to fight Jones for the lead. Down to turn one. Norberg going to follow? Not this time. He'll just stay behind him. So Cicero leads over to turn number two.
Look at some of the movers in this race. Oliver Hodgson started in 18th. He's moved up 5 spots to 13th. Cameron Weinberg starting in 19th up to 15th. Braden Eves on the charge, and we talked about Braden and the tough luck he had in qualifying. He's already came from 25th up to 17th. He's certainly on the charge, as is Ricky Liu up 6 spots. So we've got some good movers up there. Jeremy Fletcher started in 10th. He's up to 6th. But Nate Cicero, a 105.43 fast lap of the race, leads the way, followed by Hayden Jones, Ryan Norberg, Donovan Bonilla, and Paulie Massimino, your top 5.
Yeah, and Bonilla, having gotten by Massimino, hasn't really pulled away all too much. In fact, he got shuffled back behind him. So if we could go back to our fourth place battle, we'll see a little more of it as the leaders head through the I-70 corner. Nate Cicero still the leader. Hayden Jones second. Ryan Norberg in third. Here's a look further back. Massimino has gone by on Donovan Bonilla, and Jeremy Fletcher, big time move forward. 5 spots gained now for Fletcher as he goes by. Bonilla follows him through into the corner. Now they're matching the pace of the leaders at this point. Fletcher just hit a 105.4. That's equal to what Cicero, Jones, and Norberg are hitting as he goes by Massimino. Bonilla again trapped there. Diego Ramos is the best lap of the race, back in the 7th position, but ultimately for Ramos in the 313, he's not going to get much higher than 4th at the moment as Fletcher leads this grouping here out of the Cell Tower hairpin.
And how about Jeremy Fletcher? Under the weather today, but Jeremy's out there giving it all he's got and having a heck of a good run.
Yeah, honestly, man. Jeremy Fletcher, we talk about how physical the sport can get, and it definitely wears on you. He's been running 2 classes all year, so that's not new, but 2 classes when you're heavily under the weather, struggling just to kind of really get the strength to stand up. It's a mess for him here today, and he's been able to make the most of it. He's got a great starting spot in KA. He's trying to give himself something similar in X30, and here comes Bonilla looking to spoil it a little bit. Down to turn 1, looking inside for 4th. Donovan Bonilla's through. Fletcher tries to cross him over. He does. Gets back on Bonilla there into turn number 3.
Jack Jeffers, a 104.978. First driver to crack the 104 barrier in this pre-final. Jeffers running in 10th. Fast lap of the race, a 104.978. Let's take a look at Braden Eves here, up 8 spots to 17th. He's trying to close in on Tyler McIntyre. Cameron Weinberg up 5 spots, as is Oliver Hodgson. So some nice movers there. Jeremy Fletcher, again, started in 10th. He's up to 4th. He's battling for that second group. He's leading the pack in that second group, actually. Nate Cicero still leading the way, but he's got Hayden Jones and Ryan Norberg in tow. Those top 3 drafting away from the rest of the field.
While we do that here, we'll go side by side, working towards the halfway marker in the X30 Pro pre-final. Nate Cicero is your leader, your winner from the Mini Swift pre-final. Keelan Harvick, let's send it down to David.
Very interested party in Bristol, Tennessee right now because Keelan Harvick.
Yeah, I just held on, and I knew I had to get a drafting partner, and that seemed to pay off.
So looking at how Hunt Brothers Pizza go-kart in the victory lane at the end of the day.
Gonna go for somewhat the same strategy and see if it works out in the final.
All right, that's Keelan Harvick. Back to X30 Pro.
Nate Cicero is still your leader, as Nate has just a couple kart lengths advantage right now over second place Ryan Norberg and third place Hayden Jones. We do have a couple winners of the grills from the USPKS, Mark Coates and Mark's Lighting. we've got Adrian Cruz and Diego Ramos. Adrian Cruz and Diego Ramos, you won a grill from Mark Coates and Mark's Lighting. Go pick it up over at the USPKS trailer. So Diego Ramos and Adrian Cruz, winners of a grill.
Look at this battle here. Donovan Bonilla, Paulie Massimino, Jeremy Fletcher, Diego Ramos, all right there. Ramos winning a grill. Well, he's on the racetrack, Randy. He'll have to go get it after and get the good news. I'm sure all of them, though, are going to be a little bit frustrated with the way this pre-final is going. Again, you can see back from Ramos to Jack Jeffers. He's about a second and a half back. He's faded heavily into the 8th position. Then further on down the order, you find Colin Warren up, was qualified good, but has faded a couple spots back. Kremers in 10th. Eves has gotten himself up 8 spots to 17th, along with Vinicius Ponce. He's gotten up a few positions as well, so Eves now getting to the bumper. And Tyler McIntyre and Justin White to crack the top 15. Oliver Hodgson's up 4. Weinberg's up 6 as the field works its way on through. But 4 laps to go. Hayden Jones is your leader now while we've got this midfield fight with Ramos, Massimino, and Bonilla, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Jeremy Fletcher starting to pull away, the next driver in line as he tries to match the pace of the RPG Cosmics up front, which he has been. The battling they did for 4th has really allowed them to get away. Whether they're going 100% or not, it's hard to tell, but Nate Cicero, Ryan Norberg, Hayden Jones, not any bit quicker at the moment than the rest of the field. They're all relatively even.
It'll be 3 laps to go next time by for Nate Cicero. Actually, Hayden Jones. I'm sorry, Hayden Jones, Norberg, and Cicero, 1, 2, and 3. But Hayden Jones with about a 3 kart length advantage now over Norberg. So, Xander, I'm curious, you think Norberg's going to make a run at it here in these last few laps, or is he going to be content? I can't imagine he'd rather start outside front row than inside. So you got to believe he's going to draft up and try to make a pass before this is over.
Oh, no doubt here. We're watching the battle back because that's where the fightings need to be a little more, cutthroat at the moment. But I think it's going to get cutthroat for the lead here very soon between Norberg, Cicero, and Jones because they can be as nice as they want. But the only driver that's really safe is the one that's going to get the win because he'll have a driver on his outside that's a teammate and a driver behind him that's a teammate. The guy in 3rd, well, he's got a non-teammate to the outside and no teammates behind him. And the guy in 2nd, no teammates behind him. And just the way those starts can go, 2nd or 3rd, you could be a little bit more vulnerable than in, starting on the point. So I'd imagine that he would want to fight for the lead and the win. As the field heads through the middle section of the racetrack, Massimino and Ramos and then Jeffers have all gone back by Bonilla. Move Bonilla back to 8th now. Here's your leaders. 2 to go coming this time by. We got 1 off. Justin Ataconis. A rough day here for Justin Ataconis. He's been down in the order, falling all the way down to 19th. And the MDR BJR Lando Norris kart is now even further back outside the top 20 with 2 laps to go here in the pre-final. Hayden Jones leads to 1.
Hayden Jones hangs on. Ryan Norberg is right there, as is Nate Cicero for that top 3. As they work their way around this Newcastle circuit, it'll be white flag next time by, 1 to go when they cross the stripe. Right now, Jones trying to hang on. Norberg right on his bumper and Cicero waiting in the wings. Jeremy Fletcher having a solid run out there in 4th. And then that battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th between Massimino, Jeffers, and Ramos and Bonilla. But Hayden Jones leading the way, a lap and a half to go.
Here they come through the kink. Norberg pops the curb there, trying to close up to Jones. Jones looks a little bit stronger in the infield. Is Norberg a little bit better on the top end? We'll find out with how much he can maybe close up on these 2 long straightaways, both the run up to the I-70 hairpin and the run down the front stretch. Norberg's won every main event, and he's almost won every pre-final this year. His teammates have been close, but I don't know if they've been this close in terms of raw pace on a weekend. Down the front stretch, Norberg's going to have the run, the slipstream, the look to the bumper. Jones will block a little bit. Norberg goes high, takes it easy, tucks back in line there through 1.
Through turn 2, it's still Jones, Norberg, and Cicero. No changes. Things are sort of kind of calm, 4th through 7th, although Fletcher has some company now as they've caught back up to him. Jeffers, Massimino, Ramos, Bonilla, Kremers, and Warren. That's your top 10. A lot of that's still in question. Looking back at your leaders as they head through the back part of the circuit, they'll start heading our direction here very shortly. And Hayden Jones trying to hold on, the hard-charging reigning champion, about to be champion, Ryan Norberg. And we'll see if Norberg is going to be content or is he going to make a move. Headed down to scoreboard corner around the right-hander. It's Jones, Norberg, and Cicero, and now up I-70 straight to the corner, and Jones protects low. So I imagine that we're going to see a wide swing there and an over and under move by Norberg around I-70. And here we go down the Long Pond Straight. One final time. Are we going to be 3 wide? No, it looks like it's going to be Hayden Jones hanging on. Ryan Norberg and Nate Cicero, 1, 2, and 3. Jeremy Fletcher will finish 4th. We're 3 wide for 5th. And it's going to be Jack Jeffers finishing in 5th, followed by Marin Kremers, Diego Ramos, Paulie Massimino, Donovan Bonilla, and Colin Warren, your top 10 finishers. But it's Hayden Jones bringing home the victory in the X30 Pro Final.
Well, so that does set it. Hayden Jones will get to lead the field to the green in the Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro main event later on today. Remember, all the main events will be coming at you after the lunch break, kicking off with KA100 Junior, presented by Timmy Tech at 2:25 p.m. Eastern local time. So that's roughly in an hour and 10 minutes. We are back green here with the LCQ presented by Mike Doty Racing for K100 Senior. Canceled. All 60 transfer to the main. So pre-finals complete, qualifying complete. The main event grids are set. You can watch it by becoming a KC Premium member. The live stream will cut out. It'll come back and go live at 2:25 p.m. Eastern, 11:15 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you back then here. Randy Kugler, myself, Xander Clemens, and the KC crew signing off for the morning.